Right, stand by. Two. Well, a very good morning to you, Namibia, wherever you might be joining us from, and welcome to this special broadcast that's of the Stakeholders Conference of the Environmental Investment Fund. Well, as you're aware, over the last 2-3 years, the world basically has been rocked at its core in as far as our human security is concerned, whether it's in the social or economic space, with the advent of COVID, and of course, the long economic recession that we've been going through globally. A big question, of course, the responsibilities that the EIF has as an act of organ established by the Act of Parliament is to ensure, of course, that there are funds available and raising capital for sustainable development initiatives in the country. With all these changes that are happening globally, we are asking the questions: how can we restructure and take a look at climate financing, of course, alongside our local stakeholders as well as our international development partners? And that's what brought us here for this morning. My name is Ricardo Tlangosip, and I'll be your host and, of course, also the program director for the ceremony this morning. We've got a very, very brief program lined up for you, viewers at home. Of course, the first one is just the welcoming remarks from Ms. Desiree Peter, board member of the Environmental Investment Fund. And, of course, after that, we'll hear details from the Chief Executive Officer of the Environmental Investment Fund, Mr. Benedict Libanda, who has been at the helm of the institution since its inception to reflect on some of the most important learnings, the most important investments that the fund has made, and of course chart the way forward. He will also be asking some probing questions on some very, very challenging issues that the fund is dealing with and what we need to look at collectively as a country. So in that vein, I welcome you and of course ask you to quickly rise here in the venue and join us for the National Anthem and the African Union anthems. Please stand.
Namibia, land of the great freedom fight, we have won. Glory to their bravery, whose blood waters our freedom. We give our love and loyalty, together in unity, contrasting beautiful Namibia, Namibia, our country, beloved land of savannas, all the banner of liberty. Namibia, our country, Namibia, motherland, we love thee. Let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves tree of life.
Thank you very much. You may take your seat. A very good morning to our viewers, of course, also joining us online on the streaming platforms of the Environmental Investment Fund. We would like to, of course, urge you to keep us engaged on those platforms as well. A quick reminder, of course, the importance of our gathering here. I think it's summed up in one word: the responsibility that we have for our future generations. In international environmental law, we are taught about intergenerational equity. And that generational equity is our main responsibility as human beings, to make sure that we leave a world that's much better than we found it, for the continuation of the species and, of course, also for the quality of life of our children. And just to come and set the tone for us for this morning, to officially welcome you to this engagement, which is, I don't want to call it a conference, but really a large-scale stakeholder consultation. We are going to be working throughout the day today. So we want to get the official parts out of the way so we can immediately get our hands dirty and get to the substance for this morning. Please put your hands together for board member of the Environmental Investment Fund, Ms. Desiree Peters.
Good morning. What a beautiful sight. But I need more energy into that. Good morning, please. It's a Tuesday. Moro Zamire! Director of Proceedings, Honorable Ministers present, Honorable Deputy Ministers present, Members of Parliament and Regional Governors, Local Authority Councillors present, all distinguished invited guests and captains of industries. It is quite a delight for me to be standing here in front of you. Like I said, I've been put on the spot because normally I'm the writer of speeches, not the presenter of speeches. So today I got a taste of my own medicine to be standing here and presenting what the Communications Department has prepared for me through the Office of the CEO. Therefore, allow me to observe all protocol. It is a privilege to welcome you all to the much anticipated stakeholders conference organized by the Environmental Investment Fund. I'm particularly delighted for the fact that you chose to make time to attend this important juncture in assisting the Environmental Investment Fund of Namibia in soliciting input and engage you as stakeholders. The principal objectives of this structured dialogue is to provide stakeholders an opportunity to facilitate exchanges, experiences, learning, and opportunities to enhance coordination with the view of mobilizing climate financing at scale. Ladies and gentlemen, this stakeholders conference is serving a platform for the fund, together with other institutions, to network and engage on the opportunities and challenges pertaining to accelerating climate financing at scale. As it was mentioned by the Director of Ceremonies, this is not for us, but for our generations to come. This stakeholders conference is serving as a platform for the fund, together with other institutions, to network and create opportunities. Considering the climate change investment demands identified in the nationally determined contribution, which is estimated to be around 80 billion in 2030, by 2030. Director of Ceremonies, the EIF's own response to the growing global need for environmental-related investments, established in terms of the Environmental Investment Fund Act, Act 13 of 2001, with a mandate to raise funding for investments into projects and programs that promote sustainable developments. The EIF is currently one of the fastest growing environmental and climate financing institutions in the world. And I think we need a round of applause for that. Amongst its recognizable impacts to date since inception, the fund has ensured that more than 240,256 hectares of land are under conservation. That's a bonus. The fund, together with its international partners, has facilitated and disbursed 258 community-based and individual grants valued more than 2.3 billion. Another round of applause. It has created more than 950 employment opportunities, mostly rural-based, and this includes season ones. It has retrofitted 169 boreholes that benefited more than 77,000 people who now have access to potable drinking water, and attracted 820 million for concessional green credit line with participating commercial banks. Now, I think we need a hand of applause. The green credit line with participating commercial banks from Agency Franchise Development under the Sustainable Utilization of Natural Resources and Energy Financing SUNREF project has made remarkable success in Namibia. To date, the fund attracted and mobilized more than 3 billion, mostly from multilateral development funding institutions and partners. Ladies and gentlemen, as you have heard, EIF has made great strides. And I think with your input today and your engagements, I think we can reach more and become the leading country in environmental management in the world. Your presence here serves as a reminder to us all just how important it is for the fund to be hosting a conference of this magnitude. I therefore call upon all the participants, both those in the venue and those joining us virtually, to play their role to come on board to support this initiative. The discussions that you will have today should outline the country's efforts to promote sustainable economic development goals and the country's path towards a low-carbon economy which increases the resilience of its population. I sincerely extend my gratefulness to all participants who took time from their busy schedules to be here today. On behalf of the EIF of Namibia, I would like to wholeheartedly extend a warm welcome to all of you. Feel at home and enjoy the hospitality of the Environmental Investment Fund of Namibia. With these words, I look forward to a productive engagement and wish you a fruitful conference. And I hope and I trust that, as it was said by the Director of Ceremony, we will ease up, relax, and make this a memorable event. This is the beginning of greater strides for Namibia. Thank you.
When you have a platform so big and you have to walk across, I almost felt like Miss Namibia and started waving now. Thank you very much to Ms. Peters. Can we please give her a warm round of applause? It's not very easy working with the EIF, of course, over the last couple of weeks when we were trying to put this together. One of the things I actually found out is that the moment people heard that, EIF, the poster started going out, they're asking, okay, nog julle geld weg of wat? Are we still on time? Are we still late? And say, please, if you're watching right now, you're late for this round. There will be a lot of money given away later, even in this evening. But one thing I, of course, also know is that there's currently, it's open, in fact, in terms of applying for grants. You'll get a little bit more detail throughout the rest of the day for that as well. So EIF is the gift that keeps giving, but it has to be held accountable. And, of course, the people sitting in this room are the ones that must make sure that they account. And who else in a better position to do that, of course, than Mr. Benedict Libanda, who has started with the EIF. I remember they started off as an office of only 2 people. It was him, I think, the secretary, and an accountant, Ms. Hendrika Skay, if I'm not mistaken. That was her name, yeah. So the institution is coming from very, very humble beginnings to a point where we can sit on a day like this and say later in the evening, we are giving away $88 million to 34 community-based organizations that must, of course, make sure that they implement sustainable development plans of the country. So please give a warm round of applause to the Chief Executive Officer of the Environmental Investment Fund. I think we need to keep the applause going while he's making his long walk to freedom. Huh?
Thank you, Director of Ceremonies. I'll stand to the protocol that is already established, and good morning to all. Thank you so much for your presence and for your support to the EIF, and we are looking forward today to receive your inputs, your feedback on how we are performing. I think from where we sit, this is an opportunity for us to improve in our programming and also to improve in our service deliveries and engagement with our stakeholders. So we really thank your presence here. You realize that in this room today, we have a diverse group of participants from the private sector, from the CBO, NGOs, from academic institutions, faith-based organizations, traditional authorities. I think that, that indicates how our stakeholders' broadness in terms of engagement is with the EIF. Because when we talk about environmental issues, it's cutting across all stakeholders, be it finance, water, conservation, energy, etc. So that makes our work very, very difficult to do because of different interests from these stakeholders, and how do we meet our interests is a challenge to us, and that's why we've called out this stakeholders engagement session. This session will be annually going forward, mainly to guide our implementation and our planning, as well as to improve participation and access to the EIF. One of the criticism that we have received is that information of the EIF is only reserved for the elites. Only those on website, social media, Facebook, etc. But we're trying to address that, go on the radio, go on newspapers, on TV, and all media platforms, so that we engage as many stakeholders as possible. So my duty today is extremely simple. Just to introduce the EIF, what we've done over the past few years, what we've learned, the opportunities going forward, and also seeking for reactions and feedback from the participants. Over the past, let me say 6 years, we have learned that the SDG number 17 is extremely an important goal. That is a partnership goal to support the other 16 SDGs. We've heard in the speech that the current NDC requires about $5 billion to implement. The NDC is a country commitment on addressing climate change mitigation and adaptation. But yesterday I've learned that the new revised ones requires about 270 billion Namibian dollars to execute by 2030. Yeah. In US dollars, that will be around 15 billion US dollars, 9 billion for mitigation, 5 billion, 6 billion for adaptation. That requires strategic partnership in terms of raising such funding, because 90% of such funding should come from development finance institutions, multilateral climate funds, and also international investors. And that calls for strategic dialogue, strategic thinking on how we attract such big sums of funding. And hence, this dialogue today is extremely important for a number of reasons. One is really to see how we can improve our engagement with international relations in terms of accessing funding from international partners. Two, how we can improve our governance at the EIF, extremely important because funding falls where it is utilized best. How we can trickle down the funding that we receive to support the economic development of this country. How we address social progression, social issues that are related to climate change, environmental sustainability, and biodiversity conservation, as well as mobilizing resources at scale. we heard of the numbers, so we need to mobilize those resources at huge amounts. Just getting back to the EIF, I just want to touch on our mandate. Mandate is mainly resource mobilization. That's fundraising for natural resource management, biodiversity conservation, and climate change in the country. And we deploy such proceeds through grants, loans. Also have got bursaries, sponsorship, and of recently we've included debt instruments, and we are working on equity through unlisted investment vehicles. So we work with a variety of stakeholders in the country. We work with NGOs, mainly in the NACSO is one of our very important associations that we work with. And I'm glad to see the NACSO members in this room today. And we hope to receive some feedback on how we collaborate and work with NACSO. I see the Ms. Maxi Louis there. I see the Executive Director of the Namibia Nature Foundation as well. So we really thank you for coming here. We work with state organs, private sectors. We work with individuals, etc. The list goes on. Yeah? So those are our priorities that we've pursued over the past 4 years. We've pursued climate change, both adaptation and mitigation, biodiversity conservation that entails natural resource management, CBNRM, terrestrial ecosystem management, and then waste management that we are currently executing and supporting. We're also into intervention that deals with sustainable land management. So that is a whole lot if you start to unpack those 4 investment focus. So that's our structure as EIF at a high level partnership. We really prioritize, the government line ministries, our civil society organization, our multilateral environmental and climate funds, private sectors, especially the ones in the financing space, bilateral agencies. Work very closely with bilateral agencies as well, such as the French development agencies that continue to support us on different levels. So we do have different portfolios and program and then project in terms of levels of execution. So I'll go a little bit further on those programs and projects that we are currently undertaking. We also provide services for hosting of entities. Currently, we host the UNDP Small Grants Program, as well as the Game Product Trust Fund, in terms of supporting fund administration for those entities. We also do a lot of management on behalf of stakeholders, mainly the Ministry of Environment and Tourism, where we manage a couple of their projects in terms of providing administrative and financial support. Yeah? So you can see just some of our key stakeholders. Again, not exhaustive. If your logo is not there, just forgive us. We'll include the conservancies in the future. I think the page will need about 10 pages, in terms of our stakeholders engagement. But some of those that we work with very closely on a daily basis with different, funding mechanism. You find that we do have the international partners, which is the likes of EU, FMO, Invest International, the Climate Fund Managers, the Green Climate Fund, Adaptation Fund, etc. And then we do have the UN families, that's UNDP, where we manage a couple of projects, and execute together with the Ministry of Environment and Tourism. The DBSA work very, very closely with them. African Development Bank, SADC, DFC, etc. Then from the private national, work with a couple of private sectors. All the commercial banks, we do have a good relationship with them in terms of climate financing. The NAXO, which I just alluded to, Agribank and Nampower, just to mention a few. And just our milestone, I don't want to repeat what my board members has indicated, but for the past 6 years, actually it should be 3.5 billion that we've raised over the past 6 years. So we've been having a monitoring and evaluation system where we monitor the impact and how these funding benefits our communities. So far, we stand at 230,000 direct and indirect beneficiaries. So it's extremely very important, difficult to qualify that, but we do have a matrix that we've come up with that records such numbers. As we work with different donor funding, we are required to be accountable to the donors and development partners that we serve. And over the past 5 years, we've undertaken more than 52 audits, external audits, and can just imagine 52 audits is quite a lot within the space of six years. So on average, we spend about how much? Almost 9 audits per year, on different projects. So and most of them they've been unqualified. We've signed 28 funding agreements with different agencies, DFIs, multilateral environmental funds, and donors, philanthropic, individuals. We also have got 282 partnership that we have created through different levels of engagement. This could be like grant financing, lines of credit, bursaries, academic research, MOUs with different government entities. Just to touch on the private sector facility that we worked on, I think these came to an end in March last year, and this was the 46 million euro credit facility from the African Development Bank through a program called the Sustainable Utilization of Natural Resources and Energy Financing Program. We worked extremely well with Bank Windhoek, First National Bank, and Nedbank, and they were able to deploy their allocation through different different projects that were financed through that facility. The EIF hosted the technical assistance facility. That means providing some of the origination and technical supports to the bank, working together in marketing as well as in supporting proponents submitting those business plans to the bank. So that is one of the projects supported and financed under this program. If I stand to be corrected, but I think it was financed through Bank Windhoek. It's Bank Windhoek. Yeah, I can see Clay smiling. Yeah. And then we do have a GCF portfolio of about 43 million US dollars that we've accessed so far. But we have the 4 projects that are 4 projects in terms of size. Then we've got about five readiness small grants that supports the preparation of preparatory work for country and as well as climate readiness for country for Namibia, to be specific. So 2 of those projects have come to an end. 2 of them are still ongoing, and the ones that have come to an end are the climate resilient agriculture project that has been implemented in the 2 Kavango regions and the Zambezi region, as well as the Empower to Adapt, which was a grant-making project for the community-based natural resource management program. We still have the rangeland and ecosystem management project for the Kunene region that's ongoing, and today this evening, we'll witness the beginning of the grant program under the building resilience on the ecosystem-based adaptation. Those are the UNDP projects that we have done, very, very impactful. The financing of SDG 1, 2, 3 is directly to individuals, targeting micro and small medium enterprises. We've worked with Standard Bank on this one in terms of blending a grant and a credit line facility. Nila Lake is ongoing. It's a landscape approach for lively program. So there are some grants component that the Environmental Investment Fund is managing. So we also have got the BBB with UNDP that is build back better, which is an urban sustainable agricultural program that's promoting peri-urban and urban agricultural activities at household and individual level. Yeah, is it visible? Looks like it's not visible. Most importantly, over the past year, we've started working on green hydrogen. Our responsibility on green hydrogen is more on financial structuring. So you realize that over the past 2 years, Namibia has embarked on an ambitious program to be one of the global players on green hydrogen. Our role as the EIF is that we were given a task to come up with financing solution for green hydrogen, and we've established the Namibia Green Hydrogen Fund Managers together with the Climate Fund Managers and Invest International from the Netherlands. This entity is now up and running. The CEO position was advertised and closed last week Friday. So we hope by at least end of August, we will have the staff members in that office. EIF has equity of 49% in the NAM H2 fund managers. And we have already raised about 40 million euros for that fund, and the agreement is signed off. We have started with fundraising to targeting about 1 billion euros by end of this year. In terms of the green hydrogen investment is through that fund. At the moment, we are reviewing a term sheet from the European Investment Bank of about 500 million euros. So we will keep the public informed on how we are progressing with the green hydrogen investments in the country. Most importantly, we do have the Green Impact Facility, which is a blended financing platform for SMEs. Because we've realized the importance of partnership, this facility is deployed through fund managers. So we've signed agreements with 2 fund managers to deploy this facility. It provides concessional loans up to 2 million Namibian dollars to micro enterprises. It is a prime minus, I think, 4% in terms of interest fees. There's a repayment period of 1 to 8 years, and we're looking at extending that period so that it's easy for SMEs and micro enterprises to honor their obligations. And by end of this year, we target to disperse about 72 million through those funds. And you are welcome to apply for your small medium loans. And the entities that we work with is Congaland. You can go on their website or visit their office and submit your business plan. The other one is Bellatrix, SME financing. So these 2 are specialized micro lending and financing entities, and they've got the capabilities to deploy this allocation. So we really encourage especially youth and women in businesses to apply for those grants, not grants, concessional loans. Our board members alluded to the number of boreholes that we have retrofitted and rehabilitated over the last year. So that's just a breakdown showing where those boreholes are in each region. I'm sorry for Commerce, we haven't done much in terms of footprint, but this is because that there is very little space for us, because there's no communal areas in Commerce, very limited. This is a testimony from Valerie, one of our proud recipients of our small stock revolving scheme. She received 21 goats, and when we went back after 1 year, she had more than 46 goats, and she was proud to indicate to us that she's able to support a family of 21 dependents in terms of providing livelihoods and providing social safe nets to those in need. Our lessons is that I think partnership is key. We need to leverage on expertise and resources that our partners have. Instead of doing it alone at the EIF, we should work with partners. It's extremely important. We realize that we have grown so much within a short time, and we can't hide away from it that we are challenged with human resources. And the only way we can do this is to execute and implement some of our projects, or if not all of them, through our partners that have got specialized skills to do so. Grants should be implemented to a grant, partners. Loans should be, executed through a specialized, SME, like we have done with the SunRef program. We've done with the Green Impact Facility. We also learned that we need to start programming at scale through programmatic framework. Instead of concentrating on small projects, we need bigger projects that have got bigger impacts, especially on resilience, livelihoods, and adaptation. That is hugely required to access funding at scale. Capacity will remain a challenge because there's a lot of demand from our donors. So we need really to develop such capacity, and we're working on our capacity strategy to make sure that we conform with the requirements and the expectation of our first donors, and then secondly, those that we interact with, the beneficiaries, stakeholders that we execute our projects together. These are our pipeline activities, so what we intend to do in the next 1 year, extremely high-level activities. We are launching our accreditation to the Adaptation Fund. At the same time, we've started with a developing proposal to up to 14 million Namibian dollars, 14 million US dollars. That's around about 250 million Namibian dollars. We are working on upgrading our accreditation category to the Green Climate Fund so that we access funding at scale. At the moment, we are only accredited at 10 million US dollars per project, but within the next year, we'll be accredited for 50 million US dollars per project. But still with the Green Climate Fund, it's worth noting that we are already developing 2 concept notes. We've developed 2 concept notes. We're developing 2 proposals to the tune of about 400 million Namibian dollars to be submitted to the GCF for funding. That is in the area of marine ecosystem and adaptation, as well as urban sustainable agriculture. We will continue our fundraising activities, extremely important because that's our core mandate is resource mobilization. Most importantly is for the NH2 fund managers, which is the Green Hydrogen Fund. There's a lot of expectation, and that's the EIF is undertaking. We'll continue to introduce, innovative programs. We are looking at really how do we amplify blended financing ecosystems. How do we work with the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Tourism on carbon markets? They've done good work as the enabling environment with the support from UNDP and the government of Japan. We're looking at green attributes for products, especially for the private sector. So these will be green attributes that will fetch a premium on products that are produced through an environmentally friendly processes. So those are innovations that we will be undertaking within the next year. And lastly, we'll be dealing with the waste management financing facility. We want to reclaim Namibia as the cleanest country in Africa. So that is what we want to do. So, and that work will start within the next 4 months or so. So there's a lot of opportunities to collaborate with stakeholders. We should move from competition to collaboration because the space is just too big for us. And the more we collaborate, the more we access this funding at scale. So that is what we've learned, and that's the opportunity going forward. We'll engage vigorously, we'll engage the international and multilateral environmental and climate funds, DFIs, on resource mobilization. At the same time, we will not forget our partners, especially local level partners, community-based organizations, the CB, the NGOs and private sector, extremely important to guide our resource mobilization efforts. So in conclusion, I just want to thank your participation, your presence in this stakeholders engagement. And we hope that the power of collaboration will be extremely important in enhancing climate financing. And I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to everyone who's present here today for gracing this occasion. So I just want you to leave you with a video from one of our beneficiaries so that you hear the testimony of her projects. And I thank you so much.
She has managed to increase her goats from the 20 she initially received to 46 now. The goats here are a great help to the household. Johannes Auchomop, Ganas's brother-in-law, says that he has seen determination in Ganas, praising her tenacity.
Thank you very much for that. I think if we have to play the videos of everybody that received something from EIF, we'll probably spend a couple of weeks in this room. But nonetheless, thank you so much, colleagues from EIF, and the work that you're doing. But we are offering you an opportunity right now to just become a little bit tough on the EIF. If there are any questions, statements, comments on the presentation, now is the time by a show of hands so that we can just allow you to engage. The CEO is ready to answer any questions pertaining his presentation. Do we have any takers? Or is it too early to start trouble? Where's Jemima? Oh, okay, we've got one here. Please just stand, just introduce yourself, your name and the organization, and then you can have your comment or your question. Can you have a microphone for her, please? Also, just like to urge, can we put the barcode on? For the program, please just scan the barcode that will be put on the screens now. For those of you that want to have access to the program, you can use your phone to scan the barcode on those screens.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Evelina Malwa. I do not represent any organization. I'm part of the youth. My question is, you said you provide funding for concepts. How far into my concept do I have to be to acquire this funding? Do I have to have started, or can I just provide you guys with a proposal? And would you help me acquire human resources? Say, for example, I wanted to start a fertilizer company. How would I go about navigating that space?
Granting, the question is around the granting process. What is required? Do I just submit a concept note, or must I have a whole business plan, feasibility ready? That's the first question. I think two prone questions, and then support for from an HR perspective. Do we have any more takers? It's not normal for me to see Harald not speak when he's in the audience. Maybe only a bit later on.
Hello.
All right, well, Comrade CEO, it means that you had a good presentation. Perhaps maybe you can respond. Can the microphone for the CEO, please? Terry?
There's a question. Hello?
Can you please stand and say your name and institution so we can get you?
Okay, my name is Abia. I'm from Treaties, so I just have two questions. The first one was on the SME loans. I wanted to ask, how do one acquire that? And since the project at Kavango is done, I wanted to ask if somebody has, how do I get support if I want to try out on the dry areas, especially using different seeds, but it requires money. But how do I approach and give the whole proposal and get the support that I need? Yes, that's all.
Thanks for that one. Do we have any more takers before we've got one more question there? The idea for the engagement for today, and really I want us to become comfortable with asking questions and engaging, because it's more of a workshop than just a talk shop. So we want those inputs, even if it's criticism, it is welcome. The leadership of EIF wore thick coats today, so they'll take any sort of criticism. Please go ahead.
Yes, my name is Michelle Hailonga. I'm an environmental geologist at the Ministry of Mines and Energy. Although my question is not related to that today, I see you mentioned that with climate change, areas of interest is mitigation and adaptation. Another one that's also very important is climate education. And I'm not meaning at tertiary level, but at school, primary and secondary level. Is that an area the EIF is interested in looking in? And maybe if there's representatives in the room from the education sector, because in my experience speaking to students, they don't get a lot of climate change education at the school level. They maybe get in certain subjects at high school level, what is greenhouse gases, what is climate change, but not so much as to what's happening in the world, about mitigation, adaptation, and all these other very important topics.
Thank you. Do we have any more takers? I can take one more. Okay, on this end.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is George Kambala. Just have I missed the presentation on when Benedict was talking about the collaboration. You mainly pointed out community-based organizations or CBOs, NGOs. But then, you emphasize that there's a need for mitigation and adaptation. But then how do we then, as local authorities, then get in how do we, because I see there's a current grant open up, and there's specifics that local authorities cannot participate, or local can't participate in such particular grants. Is this is it specific to only this particular grant? Because in terms of mitigation, if you look at the local authorities, in terms of young people and climate change, they are highly affected. Actually, the ones outside Windhoek, your Luderit and so forth. So how do local authorities then also get access into this funding? Whether that be the collaboration, whether be a program on its own by the local authorities. Yeah.
I think perhaps Comrade CEO, perhaps we start with that. Can you please bring a microphone to the CEO for responses? I think perhaps we start with that last question, because I know I heard about that one, of course, already yesterday. And I'm sure there are different products targeted at different stakeholders in terms of the grant funding.
Thank you for those questions. I've got a big team here. I might just
call them out.
Call them out if, yeah. On the first question, if one intends to apply for a grant at the EIF, one has to present some form of a concept or thought to be considered for a seed grant. A seed grant is what we use to develop or to support the development of proposals. Very small, it's about 20,000 Namibian dollars. That's for grant proposals. With regards for project preparation, especially for the Green Impact Facility, we do have a technical assistance facility that the two fund managers, that is Bellatrix and Congaland, will be having at their disposal. But you have to present again a compelling competitive idea to qualify for such funding. And also it's limited. You have to compete with other ideas that come through. It's not unlimited. So those are the two kind of support in terms of project development and project preparation for all of the SME financing that we offer. How do you get to access to the microfinancing that we are providing? These ones you have to contact the fund managers, the two unlisted fund managers, that is Congaland and Bellatrix, so directly. So what we've done is that we've given them the mandate to select, approve, and manage the portfolio. We'll be happy to give you some contact details or project them on the screen so that everyone knows where to get these resources and how to access these resources. The requirements will also be shared. They are already on our website, but also the two fund managers, they've got the requirements in place. If you call them, they'll be able to guide you on what is needed for you to access such funding, and also the terms and conditions. And on climate education, very important one, we do have a grant program at EIF. It's now, the call is ongoing, where different, partners can apply, including schools. What we have done in the past is that we've supported, underprivileged kids to visit national parks, to visit education centers in the south, and just to expose them to 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 the sector, to environmental sustainability, conservation, climate change, etc. But I think what's most important is that we've worked with the UNAM, and we have now a master's on climate change that we've designed together with UNAM. And that Masters of Climate Change has got different disciplines, has got finance, biodiversity. I think mines is there as well. So you can consider that, you can look at that one if you are interested. And then on top of that, we do have bursaries at the EIF, which will be advertising in the next few months. And those bursaries is really to encourage career within climate change and biodiversity conservation. And the last one, from my brother, that's on the local authorities. You realize that we do have the environmental taxes that the government has introduced about 4 years ago. These taxes are on polluting products, and one of the impositions that we've done is on plastic bags. If you go in the shop, that 50 cents. So part of that comes to the EIF. Maybe I didn't report more in details on that one. So what we're doing now will be supporting the local authorities on recycling. Again, we do have lots of local authorities and village council. The support is limited. It will be really on high impact, proposals. So you need to compete with other local authorities. That call will soon go out. I'll project round about end of September to October in terms of call for local authorities participation. But you also note that we do have different grants program, and each grant has its own requirements. So the local authority ones, we don't expect the CBNRM to apply in that window. We don't expect the local authority to apply on conservation agriculture, for example, So each grant program has got its own requirements and criteria. So I think I wanted to make that clear. Can I invite the Chief Operational Officer just to complete where I've left, yeah?
Mr. Carl Aribeb is the Chief Operations Officer of the Environmental Investment Fund. If money probably went to the wrong project, he's responsible.
Yeah, I'm like, the relationship between me and the CEO is like the relationship between the engineer and the architect. One designs, and it's the problem of the architect to make that structure stand. So I have to make things work. But on a serious note, you covered it all. Say, the only thing I needed to ask is that we are a public entity. So when opportunities arise, or when we access opportunities, we publicize them, open them up to provide equal opportunity to the nation at large. So nothing is reserved for anyone unless a specific subject matter dictates or the donor dictates to a specific location, like a project we have for Kunene region because of the devastating drought that region was coming in. But even within Kunene, there is an element of competition. So there is nothing automatic, nothing reserved. That's one. Number two, It's also because of the competitive nature, the best idea that you put forward, the resources are always limited and the demands are always higher. From the 80 million grants that we'll be dispersing this evening, we were only, the project is designed to only cater for 33. We received over 200 applications. We shortlisted 70 eligible grants, and then we could only finance 34. That is the scale of demand and the need for climate change adaptation in this country. For that reason, it is the best idea, the best effort from the applicant that succeeds. And it's very difficult for us to manage that. Lastly, also on the education part of it, my sister, education should not be an additional element to mitigation and adaptation. It cuts across. But your point is very valid. There must be mitigation education, there must be adaptation education, there must be environmental education. And from that perspective, I just want to support what the CEO says. We have invested now time and effort in collaboration with the University of Namibia to introduce a master's degree course that will maybe take in entrance in 2025, but within a matter of months, a credit-bearing short course will be launched in our partnership with UNAM that will, yeah, that will bring, prepare people who are already, and this is also done in a partnership fashion that it caters for all stakeholders in the climate change space, financing, adaptation, mitigation, land degradation, all aspects. So I encourage even conservancy CBOs to begin to budget that smallish $9,000 for the course and begin to register. By the time the master's degree program is rolled out, the credit from the short course will be considered. That's the arrangement that we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Of course, Mr. Carl Aribeb will be one of the curtain raiser presenters in the first session that will be following shortly. Thank you so much for all those contributions that came in. One of the things, of course, that I wanted to point out is the fact that the online viewers, please do make use of the platform, ask those questions as well. And for those viewers that are joining us on NBC TV, thank you so much for making the time out to be with us as well. If you want to engage us on the questions, the viewing still continues on the digital news platforms, and that's where you can engage us for your Q&A. That's on digital news at NBC, as well as on the Environmental Investment Fund's Facebook page. Stay with us. We go for a quick break as we continue with more engagements right here at the Environmental Investment Fund's Stakeholder Conference 2023. Welcome back. We're coming to you live all the way from the Environmental Investment Fund's Stakeholder Conference at the Safari Conference Center at Mercure Hotel. We have, of course, just started off the program with the welcoming remarks by the board member of the Environmental Investment Fund, and then, of course, an overview of the activities of the fund by the Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Benedict Libanda. And now we start off with the first session of the program, of course, that looks at multilateral agreements within the environmental management space. This one will be led by a very, very capable moderator this morning, Mr. Panashe Daringo. He is the head of the Performance Delivery Unit at the presidency, of course, responsible for making sure that the HPP targets, the HPP2 targets, are implemented. He's a civil engineer by profession. So Mr. Aribeb, he can relate quite well in as far as operations and making sure that things work when instructions are given. Can we please give him a warm round of applause as he introduces his presenters?
It's a land of diversity. That's where we want to be.
Yes, good morning, colleagues. Good morning, everybody. As introduced, my name is Panache Daringo. I'll be moderating this session, and I've got the honor of taking you through over the next hour or so. I'd like to stand on the protocol that has been so eloquently observed, and we'll start off this panel that will really talk to partnerships and try and understand what opportunities exist in relation to multilateral environmental agreements, the sustainable development, and these recently launched national determined contributions for Namibia. So to kick us off, I'm going to call on my fellow engineer, Mr. Carl Aribeb. He's the Chief Operations Officer, and he's going to give us a presentation that will look at the lessons learned from the EIF on global partnerships and approach. Can we please give him a round of applause? As explained, he's responsible for that 3.5 billion sort of money that's been spent over the last 6 years.
Good morning, colleagues and stakeholders. Looks like I'm a little taller than all the speakers before me. Yeah, I would also just like to observe the protocol as established. I'm not a good follower of rules and procedures, so I took the liberty of deviating slightly from the assignment that was provided. I could not have limited my input to global partnerships alone. I have taken the liberty to break the protocol and want to speak briefly and very succinctly about our experiences as it relates to partnership building, starting from right here at home and cascading up to at the global level. So I'm just gonna speak about partnerships and EIF's experiences. I was also aware that Benedict's presentation would be loaded and will be full of details about the nature of partnerships that EIF has been forging, different levels of partnerships that EIF has been forging, and different types of partnerships cutting across sectors. So I want to just bring it down and give some feedback and reflections on how we have been experiencing these partnerships, how they unfold on the ground, and what are the essential elements of building partnerships. Very short presentation, only 2 elements. A fairly academic, if you like, or textbook understanding of what partnerships are and why we need to forge and build partnerships, and then just reflections on EIF experiences. That picture is a very classic one. I really do not know who is the original author, but it's an African proverb that we find in many African languages. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. That is the essence of our understanding of partnerships at EIF. What do some scholars say about partnerships? It's basically an opportunity that link actions of diverse actors which operate at different scales and that provide the required flexibility to also deal with the uncertainties of the future. And for us at EIF and in Namibia, our existence is very short, only 13 years almost. So many of the aspects that the CEO was presenting today, we are beating new ground. So as a result, we are almost learning every day. And we do not claim to possess all the skills and expertise that are required to achieve what we have achieved. Lots of these achievements are built on the foundation of partnership. So that's the one definition that I found comes from some paper that was written on some partnership work that is being done in Mozambique. The second one speaks to the need of partnerships. You know, there must be some need for people who want to cooperate to see the need for cooperation. Firstly, the potential for synergy that would say that the sum is bigger than the parts. If I work alone, I may run fast, but if I work with the group, I may walk far, basically. That's the first element of our understanding of partnership. And the partnership also involves development and delivery of strategies, very key to the presentation that the CEO has made. We operate in a national setting where strategies, where we need to align our programs and strategies with the national objectives. So from that perspective, for EIF, collaboration and partnerships are not options. In fact, requirements for us, those are prerequisites. Why do I say that? Why do I say that? First and foremost, many stakeholders, and I do a lot of traveling and stakeholder engagement. A lot of stakeholders would misunderstand EIF, maybe as a civil society entity, as a donor entity. We are not. We are a state-owned entity. We are designed as a fit-for-purpose entity whose primary aim is to access resources, leverage resources, and make resources available, put those resources, financial expertise, at the disposal of our partners and stakeholders who have the capacity to roll out these resources. That also cut very deep into the presentation that the CEO made before me. Secondly, also a special fit-for-purpose entity that follows resources wherever they are, not limited to Namibian resources, but accessing pots of financial resources globally, multilateral, bilateral. That was the problem I had with the assignment that I was given, because we don't focus only on multilateral partnerships. We focus also on bilateral partnerships. We focus also on private sector partnerships. But we are fit-for-purpose entity that tracks resources, that do surveillance on opportunities, access those resources, bring them, and then put them at the disposal of our stakeholders and partners to make meaning with those resources. Secondly, why do we have to, thirdly actually, forge partnerships as EIF? Our size. We have not been built, we have not been wired to become an amorphous organization with footprints in all 14 regions. We have been designed to operate at apex level. And again, why have we been structured like that? To draw on skills and expertise and structures of existing partners. Your local authorities, like the colleague has raised, your civil society entities, and not to forget the regional councils and government entities. So our size is basically also one of the reasons why partnerships are very important for EIF. Lastly, cross-cutting mandate. Again, the CEO touched on it. Our definition of environment is way broader than your fauna and flora. It cuts across a wide range of sectors. There is no way under the sun that one small entity will have the capacity, the skill, and the resources to be able to deliver services in all those sectors. Again, we would be depending on partnerships that we forge with our partners and stakeholders with mandates, legal mandates, capacity mandates, and any form of mandates within different sectors. So for those reasons, for EIF, forging, building, and maintaining partnerships is like a requirement. It's an operational prerequisite. And when we speak about partnerships from EIF's perspective, I mean, this meeting is a testimony to that. It's one aspect to, it's one thing to pay lip service to partnerships, to acknowledge a partner in a report that you write, or to have meetings with the partner. But maintenance of partnerships is also very important. And what we are doing through this stakeholder engagement is one element of maintaining our relationships with our partners. So let's look at what are our experiences. Firstly, country ownership is a very important aspect of our partnership building. All our products, all our results, all our programs and strategies, if they are not aligned with the national development plans, national policies, and national institutional frameworks, will not yield desired results. So our partnerships, first and foremost, is built on that foundation of country ownership. Your national development plans, your Harambee prosperity plans, your Vision 30, and all the other necessary sectoral plans. That's what EIF services and products are premised on. Partnerships, again, I alluded to the impossibility of one entity having all the skills and the resources that are required. Through forging partnerships, we are able, like we have done with the CBNRM sector, to pool resources and expertise to basically pursue positive solutions and approaches and make a good effort at achieving transformative climate change action. The lady with the goats, the delivery of that small stock scheme in the Kunene region was basically built on the ongoing small stock deployment program that Ministry of Agriculture and Land Reform has been doing for a number of years. So there was no reason for EIF to come up and establish a parallel program. So it's being supported by the Tabis Department of Ministry of Agriculture and Land Reform in the Kunene region. And same goes with the grant facility under the Direct Access Program that was deployed through the structures that the CBNRM colleagues have put in place. Meaningful relationships. I come back to that one. It's one thing to pay lip service, another thing to maintain and service relationships with stakeholders. Our experience. Meaningful relationships. I can give an anecdote. When sometimes staff members of the EIF have to travel over 8 time zones to go and meet with a specific donor like 2-3 times a year. Our board will have very good questions that they are justified to ask, but why do you have to do that? But if you look at the history of Green Climate Fund, not many African countries have succeeded in accessing that number of funding from GCF. It does not happen organically. Not many African countries, or let me say developing countries, have had 3 missions from GCF visiting and looking at the work being done in Namibia. Unlike in our case, we've hosted 3, but not many other countries have achieved that. And all that boils down to maintaining and servicing good stakeholder relationships. The scale is also very important. Climate change and sustainable development challenges are not limited to national boundaries. They are also not limited to continental boundaries. So because of the scale, the structures that are being provided by the government and the conventions are there for Namibians to take advantage of and to access benefits that come from it. EIF makes a good effort in terms of taking advantage of those platforms that are provided to access those benefits. The last and a new area in terms of our partnership building is that traditionally, the partnerships and the relationships have been north to south or south to north, basically relationships between established, richer, bigger entities and poorer country entities, which has its strengths and weaknesses. But increasingly, we are also now forging south to south partnerships. There is so much that developing country professionals, similar entities, and governments can learn from each other. So EIF has been a very critical player in at least in Southern Africa in terms of sharing our experiences of accessing GCF funding, sharing our experiences with climate change financing with sister entities in the sub-region. We have supported the Angolan entity, we have supported Eswatini, we have supported Botswana entities, and we have very close relationships with DBSA in Southern Africa. And because charity also starts at home, we support entities within Namibia that aspire to achieve GCF accreditation, your agri-banks, your bank vendors, your Development Bank of Namibia. That is how EIF experiences are, so that as a critical mass of Namibians can access funding that comes under climate change banner. So I would basically conclude my input with those small, short, but practical experiences from where EIF sits in terms of forging, building, and maintaining mutually beneficial partnerships with our partners and stakeholders. Taking into account that the CEO has basically given all the details about the types and forms of partnerships that we have in place. Thank you, Ricardo.
Thank you very much, Comrade CEO. I think my big takeaways from that is when we see your flight bill and your passport, we understand where it's coming from. The fruits really are evident with a lot of the work that the EIF is doing. I think the second big takeaway really is that we want to go far together. And I think that's a big lesson from there. So building on, we've got a second presentation from the United Nations Development Program. The head of the UNDP Namibia, Ms. Wadamo Kaura. She's gonna give us a presentation that tries to expand and start telling us what the UN agency's role is towards these MEAs, these multilateral environmental agreements. And I think a good starting point is just to break down what these MEAs are.
Thank you so much, Master of Ceremonies, and also thank you so much for the promotion. It's actually one day I want to head a UN agency. Currently, I do not head one, but I'm head of the environment program at the UNDP office, country office here in Namibia. All protocol observed is already established. So my name is Wadamo Kaura, is already introduced. So basically, MEEs are just multilateral environmental agreements, which back when in 1972, there was the first conference in Stockholm, Sweden, where, like the world leaders came together at that time, and then they were like saying that, like we're currently facing big problems in terms of the environment. And then after that, a few years passed, and 20 years thereafter, in 1992 in Rio, Brazil, they set up what they called the Multilateral Environmental Conventions, or the Rio Conventions, which we then have the UNS, the Climate Change Convention, we have the Biodiversity Convention, and then we have the Convention on Desertification. But of course, multilateral environmental agreements can also be any other agreements relating to the environment, a Montreal Protocol, and other protocols established. So basically, I think as already indicated by our CEO from the Environmental Investment Fund, climate change, of course, is threatening water and food security and other aspects of our livelihoods, and the safety of billions of people worldwide. So what we are trying to do is like, we are trying to regain those reversals caused by climate change through some of these, not only climate change, but also biodiversity loss and desertification and land degradation through some of these multilateral environmental agreements that we have tried to come together as in different parts of the world to ensure that at the end of the day, at least there is some sort of financing and agreements and infrastructural development so that countries can at least, so that we can, take a lot of our populations out of poverty. So UNDP, as one of the UN agencies, of course, also, of course, addresses a lot of these multilateral agreements through various conventions addressing issues of biodiversity and ecosystem services, sustainable land management, water and ocean governance. And then through all of these programs, we have a number of programs which address the needs of some of these programs that we need to address. And then they address through the Global Environmental Facility, the GCF, Adaptation Fund, and other funding mechanisms, and also through our development partners who work with us to ensure that we address some of these environmental concerns that we are trying to, that we are facing currently. So over the years, at least for Namibia since 1990, UNDP and other UN agencies have helped the country in accessing a number of multilateral environmental agreements, finance-related aspects, especially through, like UNDP, through the Global Environmental Facility. Like, for example, we assisted in strengthening the protected area network, in which really essentially just looked at our national resources in terms of our parks, in terms of conserving globally significant biodiversity, ecological processes, and ecosystem services. So it's basically looking at our CBNRM products, looking at our different national parks that we have all over the country. And of course, and then through this, sometimes you have best practices and lessons learned, and then through that you develop another program which addresses some of the lessons learned from the previous project, or maybe you have now a new niche and a new need, and then through this, you can see that there's a sort of a timeline where you then start addressing maybe issues of conservation under a new mechanism like we had then PASS, we had a project called NAMPLACE, now we have a project on called human-wildlife conflict, and then we also have other new projects like Nila Lake, which try and integrate a lot of these programs, because I think as we move forward, you find that always new conflicts are coming up, and there are always new needs for the population to be addressed. And of course, it's not only about physical infrastructure or addressing issues the communities are facing, but also as a country, we need to periodically report to all the 3 different conventions. So one of them, for example, is the Convention on Climate Change, and through this, we have access finance to try and report on our greenhouse gas emissions, looking at adaptation actions, and then through this whole timeline of reporting, we eventually came to what we call the national development, nationally determined contribution, the NDCs, which everybody is talking about lately, which is a sort of a driver for sustainable development under the Climate Change Convention. And of course, this was after the Paris Agreement. So the NDC targets has targets on energy, adaptation, nature-based solution, gender, and other areas. And in Namibia, we submitted to our first NDC, our revised NDC in 2021, but then after trying to align it to different developmental goals and also trying to revise the document, this year we have we did the revision again of the NDC. And then, of course, also in terms of when you are addressing issues of climate change, biodiversity loss, and you're addressing them through multilateral environmental agreements, through your partnerships with the private sector, of course, there are always those issues which continuously come up. Like CAM 2020, we had issues of COVID, we had issues of like the war in Ukraine, we had continued climate crisis, and of course, different countries, it means that this leads to debt issues, inflation, interest rates hike, energy and food crises all over the world. And then, of course, there are also a lot of young people who are currently unemployed. The youth are rising, and how do we factor them in terms of innovation, technologies, and all these other aspects that we want to include them in terms of development. The issues of, like I'm saying, issues of the digitalization, and what about our weakened democracies and social contracts, which are currently under pressure just because of these issues of climate change, pandemics, and wars. So as such, UNDP, of course, revamped also its strategy, and then through that, it wanted to look at different issues of poverty, governance, resilience building, issues of the environment, energy, and gender equality. So this is just so that they can also align fully well with the SDGs, but also align within what we call our different accelerators like development finance, strategic innovation, and digitalization. In terms of development finance, we have our resident representative who will come here this afternoon and talk about those issues of development finance, innovative financing, and our work with the private sector. And then, of course, these are just some of the examples on what UNDP has offered or is offering going forward, just based on its strategies, where we support SDG 7 in terms of ensuring access to affordable, reliable, and sustainable modern energy. Like for example, we have now a new facility under the Solar for Health, which we aim to at least electrify or at least provide electricity to off-grid clinics within the country. And we are also looking at issues, of course, just and sustainable energy transition. I think we have our director here, our negotiator, who can look at those issues of just and sustainable energy transition, because it's one of the key developmental issues that we face, because we have an energy crisis in Southern Africa. We need our coal to, we need to use our coal to develop at a certain extent, but at what cost should we use these different aspects in terms of using renewable energy sources if they are not available and affordable to us? And of course, I think as countries, climate change adaptation, as developing countries, climate change adaptation is very important to us. That is why UNDP focus a lot on food and agricultural commodity system. And of course, we work with entities such as the FAO and WFP in terms of scaling up climate ambition on land use and agriculture. We look at issues of what they call RED. RED is just basically reducing emission for deforestation and forest degradation. So these are mostly in forested areas in countries like Gabon, but we also have then in the Zambezi region some of these projects that we want to initiate. We have to look at issues of circular and green economy. How do we extract our resources? What methodologies do we use to extract our resources? How do we manage our greenhouse gas inventories? How do some of these profits that we get go down or trickle down to the communities on the ground? And those are some of the other issues relating to the circular economy and green economy, which have been mentioned. And the CEO already also mentioned issues of waste management and recycling. One of the service offers we have worked a lot during the past year was the issue of carbon markets. I also have a colleague who will come here and do a presentation on carbon markets. So basically, this is also under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, so that we can look at how can carbon markets be used to fund for our NDCs and also to meet our mitigation goals. Of course, sustainable finance, that is why we're all here for, in terms of how do we look at partnership, how do we look at, how do we ensure that the finance that we get today is sustainable over a long-term period and it's not only a once-off offer. So we look at issues of public finance, unlocking private capital, SDG impact management, integrated national financing frameworks. Most of these will also be addressed by then our RR, who's an economist, and she's very good at explaining some of these terms. And of course, in terms of looking at issues of different partnerships, like for example, you can look at an issue of climate change, like I've said, and here you will extract a lot of different issues in terms of how green can we get as a country and where can we get the last dollar to ensure that we're implementing those mitigation goals that we have, or action that we have set ourselves to. How can we invest in rural electrification, off-grid electrification? How can we ensure that a certain community has access to water using a solar water pump? So these are some of the different climate financing instruments that we use at UNDP. And of course, at the country office, just because we had to align ourselves not with the Harambee Prosperity Plan, but also the National Development Goals, we have also aligned ourselves with the UNDP, the international UNDP goals, or the global UNDP goals. And as such, we have these 3 portfolios who then try and support to eradicate poverty, reduce inequality, and enhance resilience. So, and for our portfolio, and then this is where most of the multilateral environmental agreements come in. That is what we call the SEMA portfolio, where we look at the national resource management, we look at climate change adaptation, issues of climate change mitigation, pollution, and waste management. I think I will end there for now, Chairperson. When I came on board, I was not given a time limit. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that insightful presentation. I think what stood out for me is the striking resemblance and the cohesion between the SDG goals, our national development plans, the Harambee Prosperity Plans, the integrated national financing framework. There's a golden thread around partnerships, around climate mobilization and financing that really exists within our legal frameworks and our national plans. So thank you very much, ma'am. And to really now raise the last part of the curtain, we're going to try and understand what these national determined contributors are. So we've got a presentation from Mr. Regan Chunga. Mr. Regan is from the United Nations Development Program, and he's really going to try and talk to us about what this NDC partnership program looks like. Thank you very much, sir.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Regan Chunga. I'm from the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Tourism, under the Climate Change Unit. I'm responsible for coordinating what we call national communications and biannual update reports. These are reports we need to submit to the UNFCCC as a signatory to that convention. So my presentation, I was told to keep to 5 minutes. I'll try. I'm here to present on Namibia's nationally determined contributions. These are pledges which countries were required to submit prior to signing to the Paris Agreement to say, look, I as Namibia, I'm willing to do A, B, C, and Z despite not having caused the climate change problem. So I'll go through that. Next slide, please. Oh, okay. I thought somebody's doing that for me. Okay, so my presentation will be very short. I'll basically go through where our greenhouse gas emissions come from. That's our greenhouse gas profile. And then I'll go into the mitigation targets, and then I'll jump into the adaptation targets as they are in the current NDC. Just on the onset, just to say the NDC is basically a living document. It's a document which can be revised depending on availability of new information. I assume now with the discovery of oil in Namibia, we might need to go back and revisit that because our emission profile would have changed. So please don't take this as cast in stone, rather as a living document. Just to show where our emissions currently come from, according to our latest report, which we submitted last year, ranging from the year 1990 to 2016, as you can see there, our emission has been plus around 20,000 gigagrams of carbon dioxide, not really increasing that much. However, if you can look at the blue line down there, that's your removal. That means that Namibia is currently a carbon sink. That means we absorb, our forest areas absorb what we emit. Just to show in a graph, this is where our emissions come from. Most of the emissions are mostly from the agriculture, forest, and other land use. Mostly from your livestock sector is currently the biggest contributor. I think it contributes almost 89%. You can see there the second contributor is your energy sector. We can all agree that road transport, our donkey Botswanas on the road have really increased the emissions from that sector. So these are the two main sectors which we try to target when we set up our mitigation targets in our NDC, because these are the biggest contributors. Then you find there's a 2% there from the industries and product use. That's mostly from your cement production. And I think that chunk is going to increase when we do our next report, when we include Cheetah cement on board, because previously we only considered Horongo cement. That was before Cheetah was commissioned. So and then the small percentage coming from the waste sector, mostly from your municipal solid waste and so forth. So what did we set at the targets? What targets did we set to try and curb those emissions? So the scope of the NDC, it's, we are looking at to increase the national sink capacity to at least 11.902 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. This mitigation is going to cover the whole territory of the Namibian country. The sectors which we are going to cover, we are covering all economic sectors. We are talking about your energy, your industries, your agriculture, forest, land use, and your waste. These are the gases, the carbon dioxide, nitrous oxide, and the refrigerants. The time frame is up until 2030. This, like I mentioned, this will be revised every 5 years, and then it consists both mitigation and adaptation. If you look at our first NDC, which is on the UNFCCC website, it was really just talking to mitigation. However, as developing country, we are really focusing also on adaptation in order to reduce the vulnerability of our people. So basically what we are saying in our NDC is that we want to reduce emissions, at the same time increase removals. Reduce your emissions from your road transport, reduce your emissions from your industries, but at the same time preserve your forest that your sink capacity increase. So it's a two-fold target kind of an NDC. Where will those targets, where will those contributions come from mostly? You can see the biggest chunk will come from the agriculture, forest, and land use, with a small, chunk from, with another chunk from energy sector, and then this on your right is the cost of how much that is going to cost. We are saying like most of the investment will go into the energy sector, as we can all agree. Setting up renewable energy at the beginning can be quite costly, and then some of it coming from the agriculture and forest land use, and then a small percentage coming from the industries. So we are talking about, we have at least a total of 17 targets which we set ourselves into. Those targets will reduce that much, 11.902 metric tons of carbon dioxide, and it's going to cost us 9 billion. And this on it's on condition that we get this support required for us to carry out those activities. What are those? Basically, under the energy sector, we are mostly, under energy production, we are looking at substituting fossil fuel based with renewable energy based. So I won't go into the detail, but these are some of the planned projects under under the Ministry of Mines and Energy, under the NAMPower and so forth. So basically, it's just a matter of switching from burning coal, or which we always do sometimes at Van Eck Power Station, to much more renewable energy. And some of those is, for example, the Oshkoto 40 megawatts, which NAMPower is trying to put up, which is a biomass-based project. So under transport, we are also looking at just substituting the current locomotives, both road and rail, from using the ones using diesel and petrol to the ones using electrical vehicles, and also now the green hydrogen, which has come up. So we are also looking at reducing the use of fuel wood and fossil product with those ones which are coming from clean energy sources. Under the industries and processes and product use, we are looking into the cement production, because when you are producing cement, there is a certain chemical which you put there called clinker. If you can substitute a certain percentage of that chemical which you are putting into that cement production, you can reduce your emissions by a certain target. So we are looking at trying to engage the Horongo cements, the Cheetah cements, to see if they can replace at least 10% of that clinker with an alternative product, which can now help you to reduce your emissions from there. The second measure, we are trying to reduce the use of your paraffin and wax in households. And also, under the third measure, we're also trying to reduce the recovery of refrigerators which still contain HFCs. You know, those old refrigerators and air conditioners, some of them still contain HFCs, and when they are disposed of, and then there's a leakage, there are those emissions. So we are trying to at least have them recovered. And agriculture, forest, and land use, it's mostly, the first measure is on livestock. We are trying to at least fatten certain number of livestock in feedlots. That helps reduce your emissions, because the thing with cattle, the more they need to walk to go feed, the more energy they need, the more the process of direct fermentation happens, because they need to feed, so the more they emit. So we are saying if they are kept in a feedlot, that will reduce your emissions by a certain percentage from that. And then the second measure is basically mostly protecting our forest, reducing removals from our forest, that the sink capacity can grow. And then the third measure is more on cropland, which also, if you have more perennial crops than annual crops, that increases also your carbon sequestration. On waste, it's mostly composting. We have been engaging municipalities, town councils in this regard, to see how we can reduce the amount of waste which ends up in the dumping site, which is organic in nature, which can be turned into compost. So if you are saying you can reduce at least by a certain percentage or certain tons of waste which ends up in your dumping site, you are also reducing your emissions which are happening from that dumping site. Then the third measure is mostly on open burning of waste. We have seen that with most town councils. There's to throw matches in their dumping site. Once it becomes full, that contributes to your emissions. So we are trying to reduce that practice. And the waste management strategy, which is currently in place in the ministry, basically prohibits that. And then there's a third measure, which is wastewater treatment and discharge to improve sewer management. So this is something also we are engaging municipalities and town councils to see how they can better manage their water sewer systems, that you reduce your methane which comes from there. I hope I'm still doing well with time. And I hope everybody is on the same page with me. I'm a scientist, so I tend to forget and start talking about my nitrous oxide and methane and whatnot. So please bear with me. I'm trying to be as practical as possible. I won't go into the adaptation. There are quite a number of adaptation actions. Like I said, adaptation is key for Namibia. So we have, in the current NDC, we have a total of at least 36 actions which we have proposed. measures and 84 actions costing that much, 6 billion. So these, they range from agriculture and food security. There we are talking about our conservation agriculture and so forth. Water resources, underground water recharge, and to reduce evaporation, and then biodiversity and ecosystems. Some actions are in the fisheries and aquaculture, and the health, and other cross-cutting issues, which comes the issue of awareness and education, which was raised earlier. Then infrastructure, basically climate proofing our infrastructure to withstand the impacts of climate change. And then the coastal zone is basically trying to protect our coastal area. They say Namibia, Valvis is much more vulnerable to coastal zone, to sea level rise because it's much lower compared to the other coastal towns. So there are some measures there. This document, I think, will be made available soon after it's has gone through cabinet, and it will be submitted officially, hopefully, in Dubai. I tend to be collected by my bosses there. But yeah, at the coming conference of the parties. There are quite a number of them, so I won't go through them. I was told time is not on our side, but they are also listed there, according to those thematic areas which we had developed. With those few words, I think, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chunga. So now we can see where the 80 billion needs to go to. At this juncture, we're going to also invite Tate Beatrice Mutewayuli to join us on stage on the panel. We're going to start a panel discussion. Tate Beatrice is from the Ministry of Environmental, Forest and Tourism. Can we please give him a round of applause? He is the Deputy Director for Multilateral within the MEFT. I think you can take the very last chair. He also happens to be the NDA for Namibia, wasn't, I think still is. And then I think online we have Mr. Gonzalo Leitao. If you can just confirm that you are online. No? Okay, so it looks like we don't have Mr. Gonzalez online. And we'll jump straight into the weeds of things. All right. Thank you very much. So we'll start off with Tate Beatrice, and would like to just understand. So Namibia has launched this second NDC, and from the previous presentations, we now understand what the national determined contributors are. And in this second NDC, Namibia has increased its targets to 91%, which is an increase from the 2015 targets of 89%. A lot of people have had different mixed opinions about what this means. Some people are saying it's a very aggressive sort of shift. Some are saying it's progressive, some are saying it's fair. Can you engage us and just tell us about what was the thinking by increasing these targets, and more importantly, how's Namibia performing against these targets?
Thank you. I hope you can hear me well. I think my colleague, Mr. Chunga, just delivered a presentation on our NDC. This is a very important document which outlines all our national actions that have to be implemented for us to achieve our NDC targets. Yes, of course, we are calling ourselves the land of the braves, Namibia, the land of the braves, as we sing in our national anthem. So we have to be brave and bold all the time to conform to our national slogan. So basically, those targets have been developed based on our national developmental documents that we have, including the Harambee Prosperity Plan, NDP 5, and other sectoral plans we have in different sectors. And mind you, as established in the presentation here, we costed those measures. And Namibia needs about 15 billion US dollars to implement those mitigation and adaptation measures. Mitigation activities require 9 billion US dollars, while the remaining 6 billion is needed for adaptation. Those are ambitious targets. And as Namibia, we are saying, we conditioned the implementation of those activities, the achievement of those targets, to the provision of financial resources from the multilateral funding windows. That means 90% of that 15 billion is expected to be sourced from the multilateral funding windows, such as mostly the Green Climate Fund, the Adaptation Fund, and the Global Environment Facility. Those are the three major funding windows existing in the multilateral environmental funding system. So far, Namibia has managed to source closer to about 4 billion Namibian dollars from for the past 5 years, and this funding has been sourced from the three multilateral funding windows, and there are currently a number of projects going on at countrywide, of which one includes the one whose grants are going to be handed over today. So Namibia is fairly doing quite well in terms of implementation of its national climate targets, and also doing well or leading in Africa in accessing climate and environmental funding in general. Thank you.
Super. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. And then a follow-up question to Comrade CEO, also known as engineer. I'm keen to understand, what is the EIF's role in the NDCs, essentially? And more importantly, we've talked about these MEAs. I'd like to understand, how important are these in climate financing?
Okay. Okay. Thanks for that question. Very important question. There was a slide in my presentation that I chose not to present, but it was like a pyramid-shaped slide with a pyramid-shaped structure that basically illustrates how EIF's investments and programs are fitting into the national priorities and programs and frameworks. In this respect, the NDCs would also count as one of the frameworks that EIF's works need to align to. So all resource mobilization efforts, all the funding that we secure, the first question or two questions that we seek to ask ourselves is the country ownership. How does it align with the national frameworks and priorities and strategic plans? And now, with the advent of the NDCs, also asking ourselves, what contributions does it make to the targets, very ambitious targets that the Namibian government has set for itself. I may just take the liberty also to allow you a sneak peek into what EIF is presently busy with. We are in the final stages of finalizing our integrated strategic business plan, highly aligned with the ambitions of the government. We are also programming as we speak, both from GCF and the Adaptation Fund. Initially, over a 5-year period, also trying to pursue the targets that the EIF CEO has indicated. All those funding that we are pursuing are basically aligned with the national priorities and contributing to the targets that the government has set.
Super. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. And then I'd like to pose 2 questions to Mr. Chunga. I think in your presentation, in your delivery, you alluded to some of the exciting developments that we're seeing in Namibia. We're seeing a lot of sort of developments in the oil space. There's a lot of conversations and developments within the hydrogen space. And with our current NDCs, I'm keen to understand, how does one create that alignment? What does that do? Are we going in the right direction? Do we need to revise them sooner than later?
Thank you for that question, and I think my boss here, Mr. Mtel, will probably chip in later on. If you look, and especially in the energy sector, like the developments you're talking about in terms of green hydrogen and so forth, it's really very well enshrined now in our current NDC, because when we were doing the revision, it was actually the time, the boom of green hydrogen, and we really tried to incorporate that even in the transport sector. You can see we are targeting certain number of cars, vehicles, to run on green hydrogen, and certain locomotives, especially the Trans-Namibia, also to be running on green hydrogen. With the oil, that's another discussion we need to have. Like I mentioned in my opening remarks, that with the current oil boom, should we start the production, basically that will change the whole our greenhouse gas emissions, how it will look like, and that will basically require us as a country to really look at some of the targets which we have, which might be a contradictory bit to the oil production and so forth. So I think once that comes into play, I think the country will need to sit down again. Like I said, this is a living document. It's not a cast in stone. New developments, you can sit down and revise it. With the UN, with the international world, they require it every after 5 years to be revised, but in national context, it does not stop the country to really look at some of the targets, should there be new developments like the discovery of oil.
Let me just add to that. I think this question has been surfacing time and again. But we need to understand that the Paris Agreement, Article 4, recognized that it will take longer for developing countries to peak their emissions. So oil, fuel will still be used until around about 2050, 2060 there. So especially in developing countries where technology and other capacity issues are experienced. So under the UNFCCC, the convention itself also recognizes that developing countries have special circumstances, special differentiated capabilities, and oil will still be used until around about that period. But it doesn't limit us to take our bold actions. And we also have to understand that the emissions are accounted where the use of that product is taking place. So I expect that oil will be mostly exported, and the countries that are using those fuels are the ones that are accounting or responsible for those emissions, but not necessarily in a country where it is produced. It is accounted in the country where it is being used.
Thank you very much. That's very interesting. And I'm sure we're going to have a few questions from the audience around that. And then Ms. Kaura, would like to just understand, so the UN and the UNDP has obviously been instrumental in a lot of the SDGs and driving a lot of those, especially for Namibia. And we know that creates and brings forth a world of opportunities and offerings. Can you talk to us about some of those potential partnerships and opportunities that exist? And how is the UN system supporting these NDC partnerships?
Thank you so much. In fact, I think SDG 17 in terms of partnership is one of the key, SDGs in terms of sourcing not only development finance, but also looking for new partnerships in terms of working with various stakeholders, communities, working with the private sector, and so forth. So in terms of our partnerships, the way we try, I think the UNDP around August or so, we have even a meeting with the private sector. So what we try to do is we try to look at what is it that the UNDP can offer, or what is it that particular UN agency can offer in terms of a competitive advantage as opposed to maybe agency X or Y. And UNDP is mostly involved on issues of poverty, issues of economic development, and other related issues. It has a lot of cross-cutting issues. So sometimes we have to look at our 3 different portfolios as to, within our portfolio of environment, within our portfolio of exclusive green growth, what can UNDP offer? And in terms of partnering up with different partners, whether it's bilateral or multilateral, or even a private sector entity like maybe Bengwindu, as 2 entities when we are together, what can we bring to the table so that we can source fund for the country, or so that community X can actually benefit from this type of partnership? Or sometimes you look at the private sector, maybe the private sector want to venture in issues of renewable energy, and how can they look at blended finance to venture in certain activities that they want to, or infrastructure that they want to develop. So it really, it's a wide scale of issues, and I don't think I can pin down one specific issue.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard it from the experts. I think at this juncture, we'll open up the floor to take a few questions from the panel. I see some hands going up already. Do we have a mic on the floor? We've got a very first hand that's come up here, and the gentleman here has got a second one, and I see another hand at the back there. I think in the interest of time, let's keep the questions as short as possible. Do we have a mic? Right, let's start in front here. In the interest of time, I think let's keep the questions as short and as accurate as possible. If you can just stand, introduce your name, what organization you're from, keep your questions short, and if you have a directed panelist that you'd like to ask, you can do that. Thank you, ma'am.
Morning again. Is this mic on? Okay. I have a question for every panelist except for you, Honorable. We'll start with the CFO. I wanted to know, have you worked with any criminal justice entities in regards to having these partnerships? For the UNDP, I would like to know, hold on, sorry, a lot of concept notes. In regards to, both of you actually should focus on this, UNDP and Mr. Scientist guy. If I wanted to build, let's say, a matchbox company, for the UNDP, how would I go about navigating the deforestation space in regards to protocols? And sorry, I forgot your name, so I'm just going to call you the scientist guy. How would I go about controlling emissions in the manufacturing space? Keep in mind that it's very specific to a matchbox company. And that is all that I have for the panelists. Thank you.
Super, thank you. I think we'll take a few questions, and then we'll see from a time point of view how we look. There's a second hand right next to him.
Did she say criminal justice system?
Yes.
Good morning. I'm Shepherd from the University of Namibia. My question is going to the UNDP. On the agenda of funding projects toward SDG 7, I just wanted to find out, should we expect a change in terms of the approach Because for some time now, we've had incidences where we have individuals that have projects towards the SDG, and they are denied funding because of the policies that decline individual applications, and they'll tell you to find an organization to associate your project with. Now that we are seeing a lot of revisions in policies, are we expecting a revision in that direction as well?
Wonderful, thank you. Question on SDG 7. I think there's a hand here and there's one at the back here. We can start with just here.
All right, thank you. George Campbell again. To the CFO, I was hoping in your lessons learned, as a manager, you would have also touched something around on the review committee. I mean, because as grant applicants, official applicants, that there must be room where we are able to go and grievances to. So I understand that what in terms of the review committee at EIF, what's been happening there, and what type of grievances have you guys been exposed to? So I mean, in some instances it could be just be I'm jealous, I don't like you, you got it, but it might be something of substance that I just want to understand before now we all enter the new grant system. Yeah.
Super, thank you very much. And I think we'll take one last question in the interest of time, right at the back there. And then I think to answer the questions, we'll go around through the panelists, and then we'll try and answer as many of the questions as possible. I know we are running slightly behind schedule, so we'll try and claw that time back.
Thank you so much. My name is Reni Munyai from the Namibia University of Science and Technology. I'm the Interim Director for the Graduate Studies Program in Integrated Water Resources Management. Firstly, I would want to congratulate the EIF in terms of the work you're doing towards mobilizing financing towards climate change adaptation and building resilience in Namibia. Congratulations also to the panel members around the table for the efforts you're putting together and partnering with EIF and the government of Namibia in that regard. Mine is actually not really a question, but to just put forward that NAST as an academic institution is available to partner, because this particular session is about partnerships. So I'm putting ourselves forward as an academic and research institution that we are available to partner on this important agenda. And to just specify and bring to light that we have got research chairs that are within the university, including the UNESCO research chair that is also looking at water issues and issues of climate change adaptation, resources that are available to partner to support in terms of delivering on the agenda around climate change adaptation and building resilience. And also just to emphasize the importance of research in terms of providing credible evidence to inform policy making, as well as adaptation at all levels, including our farmers and our local communities. So I just wanted to put ourselves out there, considering that the topic for this session, the focus is around partnerships. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you very much, ma'am. Really driving the partnership theme home from NAST there. All right, I see one more hand, and I think we'll take it in the interest of keeping everybody included. So we'll take one last question, and then we'll move into answering the questions. And I'd like to please ask then the panelists that as you answer the questions, we can then get concluding remarks as well, just so that we don't stand in between everyone and their tea.
Thank you. It's Abby again. I have two questions. One question is for the EIF. The lesson learned. Maybe you could also add in terms of youth inclusion, whereby you get to ask them, what do the problems do they have on the grants when they are out? Because they don't understand these things and they are always left out. And then the second one is for UNDP on SDG 2, no hunger. What are they doing about it in other regions? I already heard from the EAF for Kavango, but I just wanted to find out on the SDG too.
Super, wonderful. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Wonderful questions, and I know there's a few more hands still, but I think in the interest of time, we'll get the panelists to respond to these questions. A host of questions from SDG 7, SDG 2, the youth feeling left out. I think we can start from the very end, Tete Petrus, and then we'll walk our way in, if you'd like to respond to any of those questions.
Thank you. I think I have to say this, that the implementation of multilateral environmental agreements is done in a very inclusive and integrated manner. We have a national committee on the implementation of Rio Conventions that has membership from all the government institutions, academia, including NAST, UNAM, IUM, NGOs, and the private sector members. And we also have youth organizations fully represented, including people with disabilities. We just held a youth summit on climate change almost a week and a half back here in this room. And I think a number of youth were here, including Abia, that testifies that we take youth, gender, and other marginalized community into consideration. If you look at the grants that have been given before and those that will be given, handed over today, we take into consideration of all the vulnerable communities across Namibia. And I think you will see it when the 34 grants will be handed over this evening. So it is an inclusive process, it's a transformational process, and it's a developmental issue as well. I keep telling my colleagues that once the targets in the NDC are implemented, the implementation of NDC is assisting us also to achieve many of these SDGs, especially SDG 2 on poverty, hunger, and all other issues. You know, the objective of the UNFCCC is to make sure that the climate system does not interfere with food security at national and local level. And all our efforts are geared toward food, water, and energy security at local level. And UNDP is playing a major role to assist us to implement our NDC as we speak. They have funded an NDC implementation strategic advisor that is housed at the ministry in order to assist the government to make sure that come 2030, all those many big targets that my colleague Regan was presenting are achieved. And we know and believe that they are achievable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Chinga?
Thanks. Actually, I'm not supposed to speak after my boss. I'm supposed to nod and pass over. But I think I picked up two questions from the lady here. One was on controlling emissions from industries. Currently, we do not have any law or to say a certain cement plant is allowed to emit that much to set a cap. What we do is just collect data in terms of what they are emitting, how much they are burning. If they are burning diesel during their production, we just collect that data and compile and multiply that with your emission factor, you get your emissions in carbon dioxide equivalent. And I think I picked up one on controlling forestry, right? Deforestation, right?
Yeah,
the Department of Forest is responsible for that. I think one way they are trying to do is by gazetting community forests so that people cannot just go in there and cut trees. they have the permit system that people need to get a permit before they can go into the forest and harvest. So I think those are some of the measures which are there to control deforestation at the moment. I think I'll hand it over to Adam. Thanks.
Ms. Kara?
Yeah, thank you, Rick. And in fact, I'll take on also that issue of matchmaking and dependency on forest. You know, like in Namibia, we do have wood covers, we do have products coming from wood products, because it just depends on how you set up your particular manufacturing company. What social and environmental safeguards did you put in place? What impact assessments did you do? And in terms of reforestation, what are you doing as a company? Because at the end of the day, I think we try to motivate or at least encourage nature-based enterprises, and so that we cannot depend so much on our extractive industries, our mining sector, and so forth. But we do want to also encourage those nature-based enterprises. But of course, you have to do your due diligence. You have to look at the various factors. You have to look at the various payments that you need, and so forth as a community. In terms of funding for SDG 7, issues of renewable energy, or at least clean energy, I think are very close to a lot of our developing partners. There are a lot of windows out there, but sometimes for us, you have to go through our different projects to enable you to get funding for a particular activity that you want to carry out. Like, for instance, we have here the EIF managing some of our grants, and then when you do an application, you have to go through that. Maybe you want a solar water pump, or maybe you have some sort of innovations ongoing, or maybe you want off-grid electricity to a certain village or so forth. Most of these are done through our partners. And then there was that question. Thank you so much for NAST for offering that particular expertise in terms of partnership. In fact, we have one upcoming project now on the Kuvalei water system. So it would be very good to discuss some of these areas with NAST. In terms of SDG 2, on what is it that we are doing, I think the EIF CAO, when he presented 2-3 projects with funding from UNDP, Build Back Better, Nilalek, and others. And these projects have looked at issues of agricultural protection, they have looked at issues of conservation, climate smart agriculture, and also the provision of other related issues, so that communities can at least get out of the poverty trap. Some of them are based in Karast, others in Erongo, Kunene, and all these different areas of the country. We do not solely concentrate on only a certain area of the country. We depend on the ask from the different communities, from government, and so forth. Thanks.
Super. Thank you very much, ma'am. And Mr. Aribeb, if you can close off for us.
Okay, thank you. I noticed that 4 questions were directly posed to the EIF. I would like to start with the last one, because I find the first question a little interesting. I would like to engage my sister on that one. Very unusual question. But youth is an interest group to EIF, explicitly mentioned in any of our products that we encourage youth, people with disability, women, and what we call indigenous minorities. It's a targeted group. The advice that I would give to you, my sister, is, as I said earlier, when opportunities are accessed and made available, we advertise them as such, mentioning youth as one of the eligible groups. So the youth must just be on the lookout for those opportunities. Look out for EIF's social media notices, our website, and take advantage. Try your luck. It's not always guaranteed that you will succeed because of the competitiveness of how these products are accessed. So youth is really very close to our hearts. Number 2, or number 3 actually, starting from the bottom. The colleague from NAST, EIF has really a long-standing, non-formalized working arrangements with NAST. Maybe I would say with certain experts within NAST, and it will make a good a case for us to begin to sit around the table, compare notes, and explore areas of mutual interest, and maybe reduce that on paper and formalize. Something that we are intending to do with all the institutions of tertiary education. One of the reasons why we are investing in tertiary level training and climate change is lack of expertise, not only for working on climate science, but also for research. So we would be very open to that kind of collaboration. And grievances, Honorable Kampala. Yes, we have a whole system that we call redress mechanism at EIF, which is actually a subcommittee of the board. It's modeled on international best practice, the system that is largely used within the World Banks and other UN systems. We embarked voluntarily on that process for 2 reasons, because Namibia is a free country. If our decisions and our activities affect or prejudice any citizen, they have a right to recourse without necessarily having to go to court. That's one reason. Second reason is that also it's an international best practice when we invest in social and environmental development, also to allow our beneficiaries and our stakeholders to have the same right of recourse. So there is a whole subcommittee of the board, chaired by, incidentally, by Mrs. Peters presently, where if you visit our website, you will see all the steps that need to be taken. We must admit, we have so far received maybe procurement-related grievances, most of which, they are not many, they are far and in between, all of which we have been able to address and resolve amicably. None of them have gone to the stage that the committee had to sit and adjudicate or litigation at all. So I must encourage even our stakeholders and beneficiaries who will be receiving grants this evening, be aware that you have the right to recourse in good faith if you are adversely affected by decisions and activities to take advantage of that facility. Our experience with criminal justice entities, it's a very interesting question that we have never faced before. My sister, we have no such experience, but in the event that we may be overlooking something very important, it would be very key for you to advise what informed that question.
Time check issue. Mr. COO, please. Thank you.
Maybe if I can add.
Super. I think if
in terms of the criminal justice system. I just wanted to say, I'm not sure what the question is about, but however, I do say that in one of our projects, the Nilalek projects, we do train police officers and game guards and whatever in terms of arrest or to ensure that, when you have poachers, you do not end up getting cases thrown away because they maybe didn't know the law or something happened or so forth.
Got you.
Yeah,
Super.
thanks.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And I think the conversation carries on, right? This is not the end of the conversation. I'd implore everybody who's got questions or who feels their questions weren't adequately answered to engage the panelists at the end of the session and during the break. But at this juncture, I'd like to call a close to this particular session. And I think the panel has been absolutely marvelous. I'd like to give them a round of applause. And I'd like to thank you all for your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll be standing in the corner there from now on, just with the microphone to remind the bosses, please Can we wrap up? You know, when you agree during the planning process, everybody's fine with the minutes. So no, I just have 5 slides, I'll do maybe 10 minutes maximum, and then when the slide deck gets open on the day, then it's 16, 17 slides. But a round of applause for our panelists, please. We'll be moving, I think, to a very, very important conversation. We decided to put these two together because this conversation really moves us to the next one in terms of public-private partnerships and where the synergies and collaborations can be created where they aren't already. But before we get there, I'd just like to ask the curtain raiser presenters to please just come to the tech area so that we just ensure that we have the right and the latest presentations before you come on the podium. The next one will be moderated by a very, very capable, the former colleague of mine, Mr. Patrick Sam. But before that, we want to give you 10 minutes, I think 15 minutes on the dot to just quickly stretch your legs for a short health break. There's some coffee and tea outside and, of course, some expensive snacks, and we want them to be consumed. In government, they say that if the money is not used, then the budget was not executed. So we want to make sure that it's executed today. So we'll give you those 15 minutes. Exactly at 12:05, we come back to convene. Please come back on this side for the speakers for the curtain raiser presentations so that we can have those ready. Thank you very much.
It's a land of pride and dignity. Namibia, we love thee. It's a land of diversity. That's where we want to be. Namibia, little Namibia, little
already live. How can I pass?
Mhm.
But where's Mr. Benedict Lubanda? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Michelle Mushimba, also known as Fine China. Today we are now together here at the Safari Hotel, where we will be now interviewing some hosts, where they will tell us about the Environmental Investment Fund Stakeholders Conference. We are now live at on NBC, and we'll see you soon. and we are coming to you live from Safari Hotel. We are now joined with the Dr. Mario Scudumo, the Director of Corporate Engagement and International Relations from UNAM. Please do come and introduce yourself for us, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me.
Yes, okay. So can you please tell us a bit more about the forum for today and what your purpose was for today?
I think it is important that we are dealing with stakeholder engagements and the role of stakeholders. The importance thereof is that when you are working with others, you are likely to learn from the different experiences, from the different expertise, especially in terms of programs and policy making. That is critical because our experiences are not the same. And on the basis of that, your program and your policy can serve people better because they are informed by the realities that people are experiencing. And I hope that people from especially civil society and grassroots organization will have the opportunity also to share in this conference.
All right. So from the youth perspective, what advice would you give to any of the upcoming youths?
The presentation that we made thus far indicates there are many opportunities there. And it is people who are taking opportunities who will actually prosper. The youth need to find out, they need to be informative, looking for opportunities, and utilize those opportunities. Life comes to those who look after it. And we must not only complain, let's grab the opportunities that are there. I've seen a lot of opportunity. Unfortunately, I'm not a youth. I should have grabbed them already.
All right. Thank you so much, Doctor, and thank you so much to all the listeners and the viewers. Right now, we are moving over to the CEO, Benedict Libanda.
It is really encouraging to see that the networking sessions are really taking place right now. I see some people haven't seen each other in a long time, but can we please settle down so we can commence with the second session? Just a reminder, of course, to our viewers that are also joining us online, please do make sure to ask those questions. I know that there are some people that had questions for the first session. Please just go on the Facebook page and then you can leave your questions and comments on the page for the Environmental Investment Fund. At this juncture, please allow me to call on the moderator for the next panel. Please give a warm round of applause to Mr. Patrick Sam.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's 12:15. It is the stakeholder conference for the EIF. Please, again, let's give EIF a round of applause for making sure that we're all here and fully engaged. I'd like to stand on the protocol that was established by the Director of Ceremonies, Mr. Ricardo Twagoseb. And my role here is very simple: to introduce two people, to give a curtain raiser presentation, and then to ask critical questions in terms of what's working and what's not working so well, so that we can have an honest conversation about where the gaps are, what the status is, and how do we then collectively respond to the challenges that persist today. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Patrick Sam. A lot of you have seen me on TV. But interestingly enough, I'm actually an international development and public policy expert. That's what I do in my free time. That's why the questions are a little tough sometimes, because we have insider information in terms of how systems work. The topic today is the role of public-private partnerships in climate. Ooh, how to get at the damaras, they're coming through climate financing. You know, the two characters are there, so I must switch back. As you all know, ladies and gentlemen, the implementing the Paris Climate Agreement and the transition to a low-carbon economy requires adequate finance. Public finance plays a key role, whereas private finance is essential in developing and implementing new and innovative solutions. Developing countries must commit to further develop financial instruments and structures that can scale up such investments. There is strong evidence showing the urgent need for scaling up climate finance to mitigate greenhouse gases in line with the 2 degrees target and to support adaptation to safeguard the international community from the consequences of changing climate. A strong public commitment is needed to engage with the private sector and to ensure climate finance is leveraged and deployed effectively. Public-private partnerships are a promising avenue to contribute towards climate finance delivery. PPPs provide a framework to ensure public leadership and accountability in tackling climate change while enabling the ownership of certain components of climate finance to be transferred to private hands. Therefore, there is a role for scaling up PPPs in climate financing, and such partnerships should be designed to best fulfill the task, and this is what we will be discussing. Can public-private partnerships provide frameworks to ensure a sustainable financing model? The question, ladies and gentlemen, is we are here today. We want to be that side of decarbonization. There is a climate financing gap. How do we fill it? What vehicles do we use? What models do we use? What's most effective and efficient? Now, to give us an understanding of some of these realities that we have faced, I'm going to introduce the first speaker, obviously from a commercial bank, to talk about the various modes they are using to arrive at a net zero reality. That is Mr. Jerome Komohoke, who is from the bank Windhoek Sustainability Bond, and he'll talk to us about how a commercial bank went about going in the entire Southern Africa. They were the first bank to offer a green and sustainable bond. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jerome from Bank Windhoek.
Good afternoon, everyone. I stand by the protocols that have been observed already. I would like to thank the EIF for affording us this platform to share a little bit of what we have been doing as Bank Windhoek in the climate finance, sustainable finance space. So to start off, I would like to introduce who we are as Bank Windhoek, why we're here, and so forth. So Bank Windhoek is a commercial bank, as you all know. Our main function is to provide financial services, the full spectrum of financial services, of course. We are the largest bank, commercial bank within the country in terms of advances and loans. So if you need a loan, you know who to call. We are a locally owned bank, and I must say we are the only locally owned bank, which speaks a lot to what climate change intervention needs in the sense of ownership. So when we participate in interventions, it's more than us just fulfilling our mandate, it's us contributing constructively to the development of the economy. And so within the climate finance space, Bank Windhoek is a pioneer. We have been doing a lot in the space. We issued thematic bonds. This is us raising additional funding to just try to allocate funding towards contributing constructively to addressing the issues of sustainable development and climate action. So what is sustainable finance? For us, we view sustainable finance as moving from the conventional way of doing finance. We think about society, the environment, incorporating these aspects into financial decisions, creating instruments, facilities, offerings, and so forth that speak to create an overall impact as opposed to just focusing on the bottom line. And what we have been doing gives us a broad overview of what we can do as a commercial bank and just participate in all areas of the economy. And sticking to what we are trying to achieve, or what this conference is trying to achieve, is climate action. And in that sense, we also have a purview to sort of make an impact, direct financing towards climate action. So our journey, I'll take you through our journey, which also speaks to what the EIF has done thus far in terms of collaboration and partnerships. We as a commercial bank would obviously have not achieved what we have achieved without the key partnerships, relationships that we have built throughout the years, and the EIF also being one of those strategic partners that we have worked together before. So our journey begins with the SUNREF program. This is the French Development Agency program that gave a credit line facility to local commercial banks to sort of invest or provide financing towards projects within the sustainable space, your renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, and so forth, in collaboration with the EIF. So we participated in this program, and one key important learnings that we took from that participation is that we accessed knowledge, expertise that we wouldn't have necessarily have had at the time, in the terms of the technical assistance that came with the facility, which capacitated us immensely and just broadened our way of thinking, you know. So after this program, we then thought to ourselves as in, how do we take these key learnings from this collaboration, this partnership, and expand on that and use local sort of resources to drive what the previous program was driving. That's when we thought of the green bond, which is a financial instrument raising funding specifically for projects that are in the environmental space or have a positive impact in the environmental space. We managed to issue that. We were the first commercial bank to issue a green bond in the region, which was a momentous feat, of course. We also we won a Pioneer Award by the Climate Initiative. So after this experience, we then thought, how do we further expand on this? How do we broaden the impact that we're trying to achieve? That's when the sustainability bond came about. So the sustainability bond provided as an avenue to sort of expand our reach and try to finance projects that also had a social impact, which truly cemented our drive within sustainable finance and ensuring access to financing that relates to having an impact within the environment and society. So we have what we call the sustainability loan, which we publicly sort of started driving this year in March. The actual program started a bit earlier than that, but then we then worked with externally. We issued it this year in around March, which runs till December, so which I'll get into with regards to our current initiatives. So what we're currently doing at Bank Windhoek is the sustainability loan. So with funding, we thought about how do we expand or give access to everyone to this funding that we have that benefits social and environmental projects. Because inherently, private debt is unique, as you all know. So we then came up with a sustainability loan, which then offers individuals, SMEs, a little bit more flexibility in terms of access to the funding. So, for example, a no deposit requirement, for example, less stringent lateral requirements when it pertains to certain types of projects. So for individuals, for example, if you want to put up solar, for example, in your household, you can apply up to 500,000, and then you can access the few benefits. Of course, normal banking processes still prevail, but the idea is we are trying to sort of give the access within the mandate that we have and flexibility that we have. And the other thing that we're working on is the Green Climate Fund accreditation, which we have been fortunate enough to work with close partners such as the EIF, who's been supporting us in our journey. So the ambition with the Green Climate Fund accreditation is that we'll be able to access concessional funding that we'll be able to sort of put towards climate action within the country, increase the country's capacity to draw in that funding that the country needs. As previously mentioned, that implementation of the NDC is going to take quite a great deal of funding to successfully implement. So that is Bank Windhoek, what we're doing within sustainable finance. A better future tomorrow, today. So if you want to achieve your sustainability ambitions and so forth, you can just call me. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's the commercial perspective. Now to get a community perspective, please put your hands together for Ms. Maxi Louis from the NAXO. She's a director that will talk about community and bottom-up grassroots involvement when it comes to public-private partnerships. So we're doing top-down, bottom-up, everything is being presented here to you. Give her another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the opportunity. Thank you, and thank you for EIF for the opportunity. And I would also like to follow all protocols I observed. My name is Shuhiet Maxi Louis, and I'm from NAXO. NAXO is an umbrella organization of non-governmental organizations, and we have been in partnership with EIF for quite a long time. And so I'm here to present CBNRM as a model for PP. Somebody was saying CBNRM is not very good for marketing, and I'm struggling with PPEs. So forgive me if I'm not mentioning the third P, because it takes time to always mention the third P. So I'll probably say the triple Ps so that it's easier for me and for you to understand, if I'm allowed by the business sector, because I'm not so sure if it's something that is doable. So for those ones that don't really have an idea in understanding what CBNRM is, CBNRM, oh, I have to move. So, so my presentation content, Mr. Chair, I think I was asked to do 10 slides. I did 11 slides. The last one is just thank you, which will take me a second, and I'll keep within my time frame. So the content of my presentation will be explaining this acronym that sometimes people really struggle with. And then I'll also look at the role of CBNRM in climate change mitigation. I will also touch on the role of triple Ps in CBNRM and CBNRM in climate financing. A lot of these things are very much interconnected, but also some ideas in terms of how we can overcome challenges within climate change and also climate financing. It's good that Mr. Komeho was actually talking about some of the things at a localized level that I think probably we could borrow from, not borrow. I look at CBNRM and when you're presenting and I thought, green bonds, this is already there. So there are already made products for you that we can probably start engaging in. I'm also going to touch on some case studies. I will not spend so much time. This is just to show that in other countries, this has happened before. We can probably learn from those countries. And not just learn from those countries, I think within Namibia, we have already started with some of these products. We are doing it, but we are not doing it at a scale as it's being said in the morning. And what is next, and then I will conclude. So let's start with what is CBNRM. Let me just do it like we locally refer. Don't worry so much about the acronym. When you hear about conservancies, when you hear about community forest, when you hear about inland fisheries and other things that we are doing in communal Namibia, that's what CBNRM is. It's just an approach that we have, that we are trying to involve our local communities and especially in rural areas to be involved in conservation, but conservation of their natural resources. So that's what CBNRM is all about, okay? For those ones that don't work in the sector, that is what it is. But let's touch on the significance of CBNRM promoting sustainable resource management. As I said before, this has been done already, and I'll quickly run through it. So what has been significantly done already within the program that addresses some of the issues around climate change. For instance, CBNRM is very significant in terms of adaptation to climate change. So what we are doing here is just using traditional knowledge of our communities, our conservancies, our community forests, and we marry them with some scientific practices. And that's what we have been doing, and that has really worked as a model. It's not perfect, as you heard this morning, nothing is perfect, but it is working for us. The other one is local knowledge and ownership. There is ownership because the people that we are working with are the ones that are close to the resource, so they feel the ownership. So it makes it easier then to make sure that there is, adaptation and you create resilient structures to be able to address this. There is the economic factor. Over the years, we have tried in our small ways to have our own triple Ps, and especially using the tourism sector to address a lot of economic development and try to alleviate poverty in rural areas by having ecotourism projects. This morning you also heard in our small ways, we have tried to do agroforestry products. So there is a lot of opportunities that we have already started doing in rural areas, not at a scale. A lot of it I will mention in my challenges that it is done, very much at a project level, and we have to look at scaling some of these things up. But it is there. These products are there, whether it's natural products, whether it's wildlife, whether it's these things are being done, but very much at a micro level. We are complementing the efforts of government. That's what we are doing.
You know, government sees an opportunity. Their goal is to make sure that there's inclusiveness, and that inclusiveness means that you need to involve the communities that are core in terms of these natural resources. So our 70% of Africa rural community live with these resources, and we cannot ignore that. So when you address climate change issues, when you address climate finance issues, you cannot ignore that these communities are core in terms of those developments. I've already touched on sustainable resource use. So when people are talking about sustainable resource use, a lot of it, when I hear this morning, it's all about, you know, let's look at the Mangeti nut, let's look at agroforestry. Our wildlife is also very core, and that's why tourism over the years, CBNRM has addressed this gap. It's very core to what we are doing. So what has made our program to work, it's also because we are not just looking at one use, we diversify and try to encourage a lot of these uses. Biodiversity conservation, habitats, we have around, if I'm correct, 87 of these conservancies that has been registered. We have around 46 of the community forest, and now we have another new intervention, fish reserves. All this is adding up to try to protect our habitat. And what a way to do it within CBNRM. I think it's opening up landscapes for people to conserve. Obviously, there's a lot of other complexities in terms of land use and so forth that I will also share, but we have it. That's what I'm trying to say. A lot of these things are already happening in Namibia. So it's already packaged product, Mr. Komeho, that we can already start using. The other one is conflict resolution, especially when it comes to natural resources. CBNRM is a very key structured model that we have used. For instance, when you look at good policies that, not good, I should not say good, I'm very careful, policies that has been set up to address issues, for instance, around human-wildlife conflict. We have done something, there's policies, there's projects that address this. So when it comes to conflict in terms of natural resources, we are there. Even human conflict, there's structures to be able to address a lot of these issues. So in terms of promoting significance of CBNRM with PPEs, I think we have that enabling environment and we should use it. But let's look at the issue of the role of CBNRM. What has been some of the benefits that we can look at, and I'm not a business person, I just want to put on that disclaimer before I go ahead. But we have found that what we have done so far is that looking ahead in terms of the role that PPPs can play, for instance, issues around sharing the risk. And especially from a tourism point of view, we have done it with some of the PPPs, and it has worked in some ways, and I think we can also try and scale this up at other levels. Increasing funding, that is the thing. For me, it's, we have all these good ideas, we come up here, we present, and people go out there, and I heard from some of the questions coming through, is a question of how do people access this funding? And it's expensive, especially in the areas that we work with. You know, somebody was saying, how do we access? It's expensive for everything that you need to go through in terms of just setting up these models and making sure a rural community in the Rongo region or in the Zambezi or wherever can access some of this funding. So it's expensive, and that is the reality. We also will benefit from the role that PPS can play is the issue of innovative solutions, and I will also touch a little bit more on that. It's good to have PPPs because government work at a scale, so they attract, and then you have private sector, then you will attract quite a lot of, there's actually more of trust. That's what I want to say. There's a lot more trust if you go at scale and try to use PPEs, but using government and private sector to do that. Innovation in terms of technology is very key. We heard this morning when the director of EIF was presenting that we need to look at, you know, technologies transfer. And, you know, when you look at our rural communities, technology is quite a challenge. And when we want to make sure that we access a lot of the funding that is being talked about. We address issues around climate change. We need to look at issues around technologies, especially in our rural communities. Okay. So the other one is resource mobilization. A key one, it was mentioned this morning. We can also encourage, I need to rush now, that's the problem. But I think you read it and you know exactly what some of this is. I'm sorry for our communities. A lot of these issues sometimes is very highly technical and it's a big challenge for them to understand some of these issues. What can we do? What is the initiatives? I think this is the key one. It was talked about. We have already some of these projects. We need to scale up PES, the payment for ecosystem services is a key one. We are a very dry country, and we cannot replicate everything when it comes to, carbon offsets that is happening in some of the areas. And we have to be very careful that we just don't replicate and copy things in other countries thinking that it will work for a dry country such as Namibia. But there is opportunities, especially around issues around land restoration and so forth. I'm sure there is some initiatives around that. So, for instance, I've been following issues around what can we do on these dry lands within our communities. We see there is a lot of projects. I was listening to the Bank Ventuk one where you can apply for this. We can see that commercial farms, it's easy for them. They can apply, they can have big solar systems. Why can't we also not have this for communities? We have plenty of land out there. We have lots of sun out there. How can we not try and have communities actually own some of the wind farms or some of the solar panels and so forth? So these are some of the activities that we are looking at. How much time do I have, Mr. Chairperson? When you kick for me, so I have to just check how much I have. Okay, so maybe I will do that within the panel discussion. Okay, the challenges quickly. A lot of things that we have learned, I've mentioned access to finance and also just technical and capacity of these communities. And I'm not just referring just to when I'm talking about conservancies, also take into account, we are talking about CBOs also that are outside, please. All these things are challenges out there. The barriers, the one big barrier is policies. If our policies are not aligned to climate financing policies, for instance, issues around land use or land access, makes it very difficult in communal areas. So I will probably, if the questions come my way, I can explain more around that. Those are just some of the examples that I took from other countries. As I said, there were more examples in Namibia that we can use in terms of, upscaling, looking at what has happened in other countries, that these things work. What is next? Promoting and marketing CBNRM as PP is the one, because I think and I believe we have it all. We just need to start marketing and working on this to be able to make it work. The last one, scale up. I said it already. In conclusion, I think the link between climate financing, CBNRM, and PPs in their potential to collaborate and reinforce sustainable mechanisms, I think that's one thing that we need to think about. Integrating approaches in climate financing strategies. So that is one. And I think this is, it is, what do you say, it's more than ever than we actually need this. A country that is going through drought, we are experiencing this. We are not responsible for this, but we are paying the price. So I think it's more than ever that we have to make sure that we get involved. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much for another comprehensive presentation. The communities are busy there, and I think they don't deserve a louder applause. They have everything. Well, we're hoping to get into a 30-minute discussion. It doesn't start here, it doesn't end here. We just kind of consolidate the conversations. I'd like to invite two more speakers. That is Ms. Desiree Peters, who is a board member of the EIF. Will be speaking, as well as Mr. Rex Mutwelo, Alternative Investments from Old Mutual that will be joining us in this conversation as well. Yeah, I think so. Mics, thank you. If the one speaker arrives, please inform him he can just join us in the discussion as well. I think, Ms. Maxi, let's start with you as the NACSO director. What seems to be the issue is fragmentation. And therefore, there's a need to address this fragmentation through public-private partnerships with the assumption that we are bringing you together because, as Mr. COO said, when we are together, we go further. Talk to us about what's been working and what's not working so well in this idea of bringing people together.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question. I think what has been working, I think we do have, I think the one thing that I want to emphasize is the issue around partnerships. We do have the partnerships within the conservation sector, within the, the sector that I know, the tourism sector, the conservation sector. Those partnerships are working, and that's why at the scale, we can, as Namibians, be very proud and saying, you know what, we have done so much for conservation, and we have so much land under conservation. What is missing and what is a challenge is creating opportunities for our local people to be involved as business, people within that particular sector. And that's why I was referring to access, that there seems to be a challenge around issues around access of not just funding, but also our own capacities. How do we build those capacities? One of my experiences has always been when you talk about private sector in rural Namibia, they always think it's people from outside that are private sector. And I think that we need to change that mentality, that we all can be private sector if we want to. We just need to make sure that we enrich ourselves with skills around, the sector itself, whether it's a business sector and the opportunities that we see this morning in terms of climate financing. So those are the challenges for me: access to funding, capacity, and just making sure that we stick to our goal in terms of addressing climate issues.
Okay. Ms. Desiree, let's maybe move to you. When you think public-private partnership, at least from my perspective, I think public like central government, ministries. But what is the opportunity that exists at a decentralized level, at a sub-national level when it comes to engaging regional councils, when it comes to engaging local authorities, town councils? What is the opportunity there? I mean, there's a question that was posed earlier on as well, so that when we look at public-private partnerships, we're just not looking at it from a centralized perspective, but that we can actually decentralize this concept so that it reaches communities and it reaches the local authorities as well as the various regions. How do we ensure that?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I should say, one thing about my job is you are forced to think on your feet and act on your feet. So this was actually not part of my preps for the day. But I'm going to speak from experience, and I'm granted this platform. So I'm standing on the other side of the fence today. So Mr. Benedict and our minister should protect me. Because today, as much as I'm into the local authorities, industry, and regional councils, I'm going to say it as it is, the way I've experienced it and experiencing it, because I've been all over Namibia working in local authorities. One of the biggest challenges that I have within our industry is that we focus too much on the gray areas within our industry. And we don't see the low-hanging fruits, as it was mentioned somewhere before. There was a question that was asked. These opportunities are available in Namibia, but the question should be, what are we doing as local government leaders and regional government leaders to bring these opportunities that are available to our people? And as a matter of fact, like I said, I'm going to put it as it is, we are not doing much. As leaders, as local authority and regional council leaders, we are not doing much. And EIF, I will use as an example, because there has been number of occasions that I myself took the liberty to promote these programs and grants that are available. But it stops at some level. It does not reach the masses. So it was, as it was mentioned by Ms. Maxi, we need to look at the technologies that are available. We need to change the narrative within our industry.
But to be fair, other local authorities, I mean, you're speaking about even communities that need to be capacitated, and there almost needs to be a pre-readiness in order to access even just the nature of a partnership. Are local authorities ready? Are regional councils ready? Because, you know, when it comes to things like financing, issues of auditing become an important factor. So is there a match there in terms of the readiness from these public institutions to then be legitimately accessible for this financing? Or is it a, you know,
Why would we not be
situation?
ready whilst we're in a country that is full of emptiness? And we are the responsible entities. So local authorities are ready. We just need to explore the platforms that are available. For instance, we sit with sanitation problems. We sit with waste management problems. And some local authorities can't even provide dustbins to the communities. How can we go about? These platforms are available. So regional and local authority councillors, we have to go out and explore what is available and bring it back to our communities. And that's a fact.
Okay. Maybe back to Ms. Maxi, because right now we're at a very grassroots level as this conversation is going on, before we get to the top tier, you know, commercial banking system. So let's keep it here for a second. Again, what is your experience in formulating an effective partnership model when it comes to local authorities, when it is the community? Are you also just predominantly focused on central government? What tactics are you using at that local authority, regional level that can accelerate climate financing to those communities?
I think, let me talk about my experiences, and I'm sure there's a lot of experiences in this room, because there's lots of communities that are sitting there and they have those experiences that they can share. But from my own experiences is that, you know, when you look at, you know, in other sectors, we do experience that it is working, but very much at a level where it stops because there's a lot of interest somewhere. And it does not reach the communities. That has happened so many times that we have excluded our communities in these partnerships because I have an individual interest myself before it actually gets to the communities. And there's a lot of case studies in these rooms and anywhere else in the regions where communities talked about, oh, we heard about this project, and that's where it ended up in Windhoek, or it's somewhere in somebody's family or somebody company that they have created for themselves. The issue of inclusiveness in terms of making these partnerships accessible to everybody, for me, that is the first stop in terms of being more open, more transparent. And this is not just government, this is also private sector, where they see a self-interest and they don't open up and be more inclusive. And it creates a lot of trust issues at the localized level. A lot of our people don't trust anybody that comes in and say, you know, I want to have a partnership with you, because we have created an environment where communities are very wary in terms of going into these partnerships. In terms of capacities, yes, we need to build the capacities of communities to understand this piece, but we also need to make sure that they are included and it's not just lip services around some of these issues. I think that is my experience.
Well, thank you very much. I think we'll keep it there at the grassroots level. Now, just to give some context to what's happening within the macroeconomic environment, on the African continent from 2020 to 2030, the estimated funding required for African countries in terms of the NDC's contribution is approximately $2.8 trillion, which represents 93% of African governments' needs. So what that means is African governments have committed 264 billion of domestic public resources towards financing the implementation, which is a mere 10% of the total estimated costs for the implementation. The remaining 2.5 trillion needs to be sourced from international donor communities and the private sector. Earlier we heard in Namibia, the NDC requires 15 billion US dollars or around 80 billion Namibian dollars, both for mitigation and adaptation. So there's a 90% deficit in terms of funding for net zero and decarbonization. We know Bank Windhoek started, like we said, this first sustainable bond, as well as they were the beneficiaries from the 45 million euros credit line that was benefited with the EIF. So is this why Bank Windhoek is getting involved? And what has been your experience at a practical level in making funding more accessible?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. So to answer the question, as a locally owned commercial bank, I think we came to the realization that whatever happens within our surroundings obviously will affect us at some point. And in that sense that we should then also start then making an active contribution to sort of alleviating the problem, because issues of climate change cannot be solved by one entity, by one government. It's a matter of collective action. So it's the drive of creating more access to what we do best, which is debt provision. How do we then weaponize that, for lack of a better word, weaponize that funding to sort of attack the issue here that we're trying to address? So in that sense, the Sunref program really opened our eyes to a lot of issues around climate mitigation, climate adaptation, and so forth. As commercial banks, you know, we are risk averse in the sense that I'm dealing with Meaina's money. I can't just give it to any project that comes to the desk. So we need to understand what are the risks associated with that project before we hand over the funding to implement that project. So in that sense, yes. So we then worked on how do we then raise funding, which then came about with the thematic bonds, issuing green bonds, sustainability bonds to access private sector funding and sort of earmark it for these types of projects. So in that sense, we really do try within our mandate. As you know, we are a commercial bank, and then there's little maneuverability with what we can do in terms of availing access. So we are regulated, we are dealing with depositors' funding, so there's little room that we can maneuver in terms of easing that access, but we do try, and partnerships being the theme of the day it's through partnerships that we can work together with entities of different mandates to sort of create the access that is needed by the market to alleviate the problem. So yeah, thank you.
So risks are involved. Okay, we're going to open up the floor for some questions. We're hopefully going to take people that haven't asked the question yet, just so that we ensure equal participation. So if whoever's roaming the mic, maybe let's give an opportunity to some of the people that are maybe at the back that aren't seen in there. So we have a gentleman. Please go ahead, introduce yourself, tell us from where you're from, and please pose your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Yafet Itenge. I am from a project. For this purpose, it is referred to as a grantee, but I want to add a word in waiting, because we are still wait to be granted this money. The project name is Onyekaye Pumba from Omsati region. I have two questions. One goes to Bank Windhoek. The individual or personal loans you talked about, is it open to everybody or only to those who are banking with Bank Windhoek? The second one goes to NASCO. During your presentation, Madam, you talked about one of the challenges or some of the challenges includes policies. Then you talked about capacity building. I would like just to amend or to add with one word there, the awareness. Awareness is also a challenge, I hope. Then, if those are some of the challenges, maybe we have to devise the mechanisms how to address some of those challenges. I don't want to pose a question to say, how do you go about it? But I just want to give a piece of advice to say, collectively, we have to devise the mechanisms how to address those challenges. For example, a person has got a business idea, but to put the document together, to come up with a bankable business plan, is already a challenge. He or she will be told, before even you think of coming with this one, give me $1,000 or $2,000 for just putting that idea on paper. And this person has got nothing, no money. The only thing she has or he has is an idea which is supposed to be put on paper in order to be presented to a funder. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take another 2 questions. We'll take a focus on that side. There's a question on that side. Thank you. Can we please make the questions succinct so that we can get as many possible? Time is not on our side. Thank you.
My name is Henry Mkendwa. I'm from Namwater. I'm very much interested in natural resources management. I've listened to the last presenter.
Excuse me, sir, can you speak into the microphone?
I've listened to the last presenter. She mentions a few key words. One of them is partnerships, and the other one is that we have got benefits in equities. She says partnerships worked or are working, but at the same time she disqualifies it when she says the other partners are not receiving benefits. But what I want to know is whether this is a deviation from the design or this is a design program of the industry in which she participates. Because there are people who participate in the processes and the structures. There are those who design the structures and the processes. Now, if ownership stays with the community in terms of natural resources, how come that in the inventory there is no known value that is designed for the community, that you have to look for it and you don't see it trickling to the communities? How did you design your industry? Who are the participants and who are the beneficiaries? And how come some of the beneficiaries now are thinned out, that they do not see the benefits of the industry as you are mentioning it? I just want a bit of clarity on that, whether this is a processing issue, or it's a design issue, or it's the issue of participants not really having structural clarity of what they are participating in. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. We'll take one more from this side. In front here? Was your hand up? Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jackie Shikumithe. I'm actually representing the chairperson for Commerce Regional Council. And I heard something about the regional government. That's why I'm coming in. You mentioned something that you have quite a lot of challenge from the regional. They are just looking at the gray area. The same challenge we have at the constituencies. My position, I'm the Chief Control Administrative Officer for John Pandeni constituency, which is also the office of the chairperson. So in most cases, when we have all the challenges, all the hunger and everything coming to our office, we also looking for other companies, like your companies, that are supposed to help us maybe reduce the challenge we have on our side. As I'm speaking to you right now, we have a lesson to the third speaker who mentioned something like you have a challenge with the capacity building when it comes to tourism. Like right now, we plan a career fair, TVET entrepreneurship, which is taking place on the 11th of August. One of the big things that we were looking at is making sure that people will be able to do and market whatever is gifted to them. And we were also looking at recycling, whereby we try to clean our city and all this. We partnered with City of Windhoek. So we were really looking for partnership. So maybe it's high time now that we actually start to engage, to come on board. I have few numbers here, and I'm sure I will engage with you. Your office will be very busy. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe some responses to the questions from the floor. Jeremy, I'm going to start with, do you have to be a bank Windhoek account holder to apply?
So according to banking policies, you are mandated to open a transaction account, an active transaction account to access the sustainability loan. So that also allows you, affords you the opportunity to experience our great service, learn a thing or two from us, and then maybe that will incentivize you to also move all your accounts to us and so forth. So yeah, in that sense.
Ms. Maxi, some critical questions, starting with awareness.
The first question in terms of awareness, I think I was really hurried because a lot of what I wanted to say was also in that presentation, and awareness was included as part of that, but I was like pushed to be able to do that. I just wanted to say something around the challenges of policies, and that is also our experience in terms of investment in communal areas. And I can be corrected here, is that it's very difficult for communities to access even a loan because we are on state land, and that is one of the biggest problems in terms of us having loans and trying to do a lot of what has been actually mentioned here. And that's why I was saying maybe we should look at policies and try and see that we align our policies first before we look into implementing a lot of what we have been talking about today. A lot of our policies are also very outdated, they are not integrated, there's a lot of gaps. Those are some of the things that we need to address in terms of aligning ourselves. Design. You know, it's also very historical. I probably need to meet with a gentleman to really give a bit of a historical perspective as to how we started. When I talk about partnerships here, I'm talking about the conservation partnerships because we started very much as a program dealing with wildlife. So maybe that's, the design was totally different just for conservation. And so when I'm referring to partnership, it was more conservation partnerships. Yes, maybe there is a challenge because we should have thought about all the other, integrating everything. But it does not work like this in Namibia, isn't it? Nothing here is integrated. You have to adapt all the time.
But I think the question is also asking, is it a structural problem or is it a man-made, personality-based problem?
Both. It's both. It's really both. because you also need to look at our history and our historical purposes, how these policies were set up, and then structurally over the years, 30-something years, where we went and probably ignored it and not correcting it. That could also be.
Before I get into trouble for eating up your lunchtime, we'll take 3 questions from this side, and hopefully we'll be able to conclude fast. We can start over here.
Right, I'm Shepherd from the University of Namibia. My questions are very brief. I have 2 questions, one for Ms. Lewis. On the issue of trustworthy, don't you think it's aligned to the risk behind the ideas being stolen? And I want to find out, why don't you establish, like the private sector and the funders, of course, establish a mechanism, for instance, involve BIPA, that before an agreement is signed, BIPA has to be involved to protect the idea of the person that is trying to implement that project. Then the second one is coming to Mr. Joachim. You mentioned something on collectiveness, and I wanted to find out, as you are busy facilitating or leading funding into sustainable development, are you pulling other banks with you?
Please, can we time?
All right. Okay. 3 questions.
Make it 1.
Can I make it 1?
Time, please.
I'll loop it. Okay.
It's a design issue. The program is designed to finish at a particular time. So we
Noted.
don't want to make it a personality-based issue. So let's keep it structural.
Okay. Then I'll just narrow it down to my most essential for my own gain and benefit. You said there are 46 community forests. Which ones do I have access to? Are there other forestry areas where I can conduct business? Yeah.
Thank you. So which community members, if they want to access your network, how does that happen?
Yeah, they can come and see us. I can give we can give you all that information, or you can go to the ministry. They have a list of all the contacts of those community forests. So yes, yeah, or our website, you can also go there. I didn't get his
IP,
question.
the issue of intellectual property. Is it introduced at a community level? So maybe the reason why there's no trustworthiness is because people aren't protected and safeguarded and the ideas aren't preserved. Are you working with BIPA to ensure trademarks or copyrights of the intelligence or the patent of a community before they engage a partner, not to expose them to the risk of exploitation?
I think BIPA is very new, isn't it? But we are not working with BIPA, and I think it's a good recommendation in terms of making sure that we protect the intellectual property of communities. I'm sure there is work that is being done, but I'm not so sure exactly how we have not integrated that a lot, but I think you are right. Maybe that's an activity that we need to look at.
Joachim, last question, a tough one. Are the banks pulling the people up as they go?
So one thing you must understand, the banking sector is a competitive space, right? Particularly in the private sector space. But in the sense of what is Bank Windhoek to ensure that we are the poster child for incentivizing the other commercial banks to participate, is that we were the first bank to issue a green bond. We were the first bank to issue a sustainability bond in this market. And today, you see the other commercial banks have issued or are planning to issue. So in that sense, we are sort of encouraging the other commercial banks to also participate in the sense and also contribute. Yeah.
So you guys are the cool kids, you are the trendsetters.
Yeah.
Okay, and hopefully everybody else will follow. Ladies and gentlemen, please give my panel a round of applause. In conclusion, I think what I've taken away is that it's not just a Namibian-specific issue when it comes to climate financing and figuring out a particular model that works. There are various models that are in place. The one that we were trying to explore in this context is a public-private partnership. There are issues at a global level in terms of financing. Governments are only currently bridging a gap of 10% with 90%, and that's why we're having these engagements to figure out what vehicles, what modes, and what models do we use to ensure that climate financing can be addressed through issues of PPP. Like I always say when I finish, if we want things that we haven't had, we have to do things we haven't done. Thank you, Namibia. That's my time. I'm Patrick Sam.
Thank you very much. Just another round of applause for Mr. Sam, please, and the team. Patrick, you can come back for your picture. Patrick requested for a picture. Can you please? I thought he was the celebrity, but I don't know, maybe. Let's allow him to, please. You know, he's a camera guy, right? So, you know, I don't know. Let him have his picture. Round of applause for them, please. Thank you very much to Mr. Sam and his team. I think in terms of partnership, it's something that you have to work on a yearly basis. And I think we've already established by now that the stakeholder conference really is creating that catalyst for conversations to start and, of course, maintain those that are there and to continue with the older ones. We have now reached the lunch hour for now. There's a saying in my language, in Damara, that says, so it basically means that if you want to eat first, without peace, if you want to enjoy, feed the dogs and the children first. Then there will be peace when you're having your lunch or your dinner. So please, we want to have peace after lunch, so we want to feed all the kids. The lunch is ready. There are 2 different venues. As you step out, the tickets will be handed at the exits by the Secretariat support staff for your lunch. Can we agree to be back at exactly 2 o'clock? I think 45 minutes is a good time. I see a lot of people here that have drivers and nannies that will pick up the kids from school, so hopefully we can start latest at 2:10. Can we agree on that? Thank you very much. Please do enjoy your lunch. Before we go for lunch, I would also just like to extend an apology. I know on the program we have Mr. Rex from Old Mutual here as well. And unfortunately, in terms of him being in attendance, I think there was a bit of a miscommunication. We were not supposed to actually put him on the program, but he's following the conversation, and of course are always open for any sort of engagements or questions that might have been there for him directly. On that note, thank you so much for being here. Let's see you after lunch.